This conference will now be recorded.
There it is.
There you go.
All right, we got a big crowd today. Thank everybody for their attendance. Because if you're here, I know you're concerned about the situation and you have questions probably. So, and the clerk will note the members present. And I need a motion for approval of the agenda. And one little thing. I'm going to call, when we get done with this short agenda, an executive session to discuss some very serious matters. So I'm making that now so I don't get in any trouble because I just did it. So everybody knows that we're going to go into a quick executive session.
Chairman Corn, can we see if Councilor Foster is on for roll call?
Okay. He didn't sign in under his normal name. Councilor Foster, are you with us? Councilor Foster, are you with us online? Okay.
No? Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So I need to, with that short announcement, do I have a motion for approval of the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agenda with the item added, the executive session.
Mr. Chairman, and where will the executive session be, at the very end?
Yes.
Okay. Second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any opposed? So it passes 3-0. Approval of minutes. We've got some changes to minutes that were in the packet, but they've been handed out.
Elizabeth, were the minutes?
Yes, they were. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's the, Elizabeth passed out to the committee members.
Okay. All right.
There's extra copies if anybody's interested.
So you may want to read through them real quick, and for all of them highlighted, like
Yes, sir.
check the highlighted stuff, make sure what you recall. We're trying to make very careful minutes. Okay.
Your turn, Counselor.
They can stand as, I don't have any changes.
Amen. So I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as presented.
Okay. I apologize. I didn't know we were doing that with the motion, so second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Any opposed?
Mr. Chairman, quick question.
Yeah.
Is on the executive session, what is that in pertaining, what will that be for?
Ambulance.
Oh, okay.
I gave you much more information that'll use the need for an executive session. A quick little personal note. I've spent the last 2 weeks in this building, actually in this room. And this is the budget that all the department heads brought in. This stack right here is the request for additional material. And there's been no decision or a whole lot of discussion on this stuff. And this is open POs. And one of the good things that we were able to cover was many POs are closed that we didn't realize were closed. So, and we've got a fairly thorough explanation of why they're still open. Most of them, I think it's fair to say, were due to supply issues. So going forward, we'll have that to deal with. Now I'm going to get this out of the way. Thank you, Mr. Glenn. Okay. So information report, page 8.
All right, Mr. Chair, committee members, for the month of March, gross receipts tax, you can see we collected $3.5 million. We anticipated budgeting $3 million for a positive variance of $462,000. When you see the 3-year trend, even though last month was pretty high compared to the previous year, but you can see the trend is still, it's following it. There's an uptick and then there's a downturn, and then so we seem to be following the same trend line from previous years. Year to date collected compared to the actual last year, so we're at 28.2 that we anticipated at this time. We've actually collected $33.1 million for positive variance of $4.9 million collected over last year. Any questions on gross receipts tax?
Just an observation. State charges us 3.5% collection fee, correct?
The state charges us an administrative fee. Yes, sir.
That's on this year, it'll be $1.5 million of state skimming off of that. I call it skimming because it doesn't cost him $1.5 million to collect our money.
Yes.
So
And
everybody's aware.
yeah, and a lot of municipalities have had issues with that collection from the state, and yeah, it's because they definitely don't, it's costing way less.
Yeah, they don't do anything. All they collect it and write you a check.
That's right.
Yeah, so. And I say that just to show that, the state is just keeps grabbing more away from the municipalities. So.
On the cannabis, as you can see here for the month of March, and it should say March 2023, we only collected 7,132. Year to date is 134,000. You see quite a big drop for the month of March. Not sure go ahead.
Question, Mr. Fuentes, is there any other way that we can see how's the state collecting cannabis sales records? Are they keeping them by county? Do you know? Because I question whether we're getting our fair share. Because they made a big deal the other day about how many hundreds of millions of dollars worth of cannabis sales in the state. And I can't remember what the number was. 400 million. I don't know what. Can't recall. 40 million, whatever the number was. It was a big number. And so they obviously know how much has been sold. I just wonder if they know by county level. So that's one way for us to see, are we getting our fair share? Because I don't think there's anyone in the county that is licensed to sell cannabis. So if you could find out whether there is some mechanism within state government that tells what the sales have been. Because again, if they're not giving us our fair share, which that lawsuit was already done once before.
Right.
And so.
We'll look into see what records are out there for the tracking of cannabis.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councilor Perry, any comments?
No, sir.
Sure.
In your packets, you have the updated grant appropriation report prepared by Liz. And if you have any questions, leave looks like highlight some of the highlighted areas or some of the updates, and time for questions.
Questions? No. Very, very interesting. Do we have any inclination or any insider reports on what the governor's going to sign vis-a-vis where we are on signing a capital outlay?
She has until Friday to sign all the bills, otherwise they're pocket vetoed.
Okay.
She did sign the bill that included our water trust board application for the country club tanks and the flood prevention project down south. So those are a loan grant combination. So should be contacted pretty soon on the process for that loan. Grant.
But you brought up grants. Let's make sure everybody's on the same sheet of music. We get a grant for $5 million for XYZ project. Now, we have to expend the money for XYZ project, and depending on the grant, we have to be most of the time completed with that grant before we can put all of our stuff together and send it off for reimbursement. Is my,
Counselor, Mr. Chair, and committee members, it really depends on the program. Most of the ones that I'm experienced with, it's, you can submit for reimbursement as you go. The state does want you to submit a substantial reimbursement request and not submit like a $5,000 request. I mean, as an example, the project that we're dealing with the county, we'll submit a $100,000 reimbursement request, we'll get our money back. So it is a matter of managing the cash flow, because a lot of communities just don't have the financial means to be able to front the entire project. So the state recognizes that, but they do want you to submit a substantial request, and not these, because they have limited personnel that are managing all these statewide projects.
so what is the delay from when you get your whole project done? Because you got to send one of those in when you're done, or these incremental clawback, or however you want to say it, between when you submit those documents and we actually get the cash back. And let's assume first that all the paperwork is correct and it's all filed right.
Typically, it will take, again, when you pay a invoice to a vendor, we have to wait for a canceled check. It's a physical check that they want to see. And we have to submit the reimbursement request. So it could take anywhere between 30 to 60 days for us to get the reimbursement back. We want to make sure everything is lined up correctly and the form is filled out correctly, because the state will kick it back if there's an error on the request for reimbursement. And we've had those experiences. So, I mean, but anywhere between 30 and 60 days, possibly closer to 60 days is how long it takes.
Just something to keep in mind. You've expended your money and now you're waiting to get reimbursed. A lot of cash floating around.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you done?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is our update for January lodgers tax activity when collected in February. We had one hotel that was late again this month, which was the Clarion. We understand that they are going up for auction again with a different property company, so we will be retraining on how they submit their lodgers tax. Our STAR data shows that we're about 56% occupancy for the month of January, and our ADR percent was up about 2% from last year. Here's the report. Gosh, my eyes are getting bad. We were at 24,972, and we collected a little over 100,740. Go to the next one. Bed tax. That one we were at 60,999 for the month. I'll stand for any questions.
You're worried about your eyes getting bad, you can't read that. I mean.
You can't do that.
You know. I feel bad.
I didn't have it right here in front of me. I'd have to. So keep your mouth shut on that.
You got yours there. Scared.
Well,
For a while here, thanks a lot.
One has a habit of looking over my shoulder.
I picked up a new habit.
All right.
Okay,
You done?
just an observation.
Go ahead.
We're trending below previous years. Elections here. I don't think that's not gonna be a problem for the budget, is it, Jane? We're trending. Where did we trend our revenue for those?
So you'll notice last year, remember, we had a big collection. So last February, we added everything in. And
Right, we changed how we did it. Yeah.
We changed how we did it. So we should be right on top.
Should we, what's your projection for the year is? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm thinking about 670 on the vet fee, and I think it was 1.29, almost 1.3 on lodgers tax.
Yeah, okay, good.
And February is looking much better as they're coming in. Awesome.
So what are we running 60 days behind on? It's like grocery.
So they submit them on the 25th of the following month. So all of February's is due March 25th, and then but it's not in time for this week.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Convention Center. I mean, is that in a slide?
No, that's slide is just.
Right there.
Oh, okay. I was talking about the item that's in here on our packet, the revenues and the expenses for the, how is our bookings looking for the convention center?
You would need to ask Mr. Matthews. He's,
He takes care of that now?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
we done?
Yeah, thank
Moving
you.
on. Revenue projections. Who's got that one? Oh, bad news girl.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. So in your packets are the revenue projections for fiscal year '24. Most of the revenue was annualized using February actuals. That includes GRT. Some of the changes that we know are coming from that, from our meetings and discussions. Right now, there's a portion of GRT sitting in general fund for the environment tax. That full allocation will not be in general fund. Half of the year, so July through December, will be between landfill, water, and wastewater. Half will be in general fund. Ad valorem was also calculated using the 21 final valuations. That's what was available. So when the 22 final valuations come out, that will be updated. Cannabis will also be moved to a separate fund. DFA is requiring us to report that separately. Any fund that had the 70-30 split, which was museum, zoo, and golf, they are budgeted at what we actually think they're going to receive for the fiscal year. And the remainder is then in the transfer side. In the convention center fund, we did remove the food and beverage revenue, so that was taken to zero. Any grants will be finalized before the end of the fiscal year, so those numbers may update. And any revenue relating to capital projects will also be finalized before the end of the fiscal year. With our meeting yesterday with Air Center, they provided new numbers for revenue, so those will be updated as well. And we will include a little less than 5 million in the grant that we received. So that was not included. And in water, sewer, and sanitation, anything that has to do with water billing, they were annualized with a 6.2 CPI increase.
Question.
It just, and I don't know if it's going to be a big number, but, you know, we have before council the building fee abatement. I don't know what the impact that's going to be, but that's going to have some impact if that gets approved by council.
On what building?
Building fee abatement on residential, that's coming before council. And whether that passes or not, if it passes, then you're going to probably need to make some assumption on the revenue side. So, I guarantee it's going to pass, but it's out there.
So, question, we'll let you off the hot seat. So now, Janie, I spent quite a bit of time on this yesterday. And it appears to me, and it's just an assumption, that comparing 23 and 24 totals and the way this is broken out, you have to get your calculator out. It appears to me that for all practical purposes, we got flat income.
Yes.
You can't quite take the 68 million and divide it by 8 and multiply it to 12 because some of these are one-time grants or whatever. So you can't do that.
Well, I tried to go through and pick that stuff out, and it just looked like to me, comparing apples to apples, same revenue streams, that were just going to be where we were last year at this time.
Right. I because most of the projections were based on straight line projection for the rest of the fiscal year.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So where we had cut GRT last year, we aren't doing that this year. So we're basing it on what our actual collections have been, and it's going to be flat. I handed out 2 pages to you all when you came in, because I just finished them today, so they didn't make the packet. On the first one, it's the FY24 budget increases. These are things that, we didn't have a number to, or unanticipated things that have happened through the year, preparing the budget for 24 that we know we're going to be facing. The COLA and the STEP, the COLA is an 8.7% and the STEP is 2%. I've already calculated all of the payroll. That portion alone is going to be $4.5 million if we do the COLA and the STEP. The increase, I know there's been talk the last couple of years to bring everybody up to $15 an hour. So today I went in and took the same payroll on the COLA and the STEP and took all the positions, whether they were full-time or part-time positions, up to $15 an hour. That's 160 positions, and it totals 506,657.
How much again?
506,657. The unanticipated increases that have come up, one of the big ones, the insurance cost for this city was $2,022,000 last year. It's $3.7 million this year, so it went up $1.7 million. We've got a demand letter from Constructables that's $3 million. What of that we're going to have to pay, we don't know yet, but it's an anticipated cost out there. The change in the ambulance service, $2.6 million. The Air Center had roof damage back in, I think, 2019 that we received insurance claims on, but the insurance wasn't used for that. So we're covering that to get those repaired this year. It's $2 million. The TSA settlement is another $2 million. We've got bills at Eastern New Mexico Medical Center that RPD, when they take a person in there to get clearance for the jail, that's sitting at $250,000. And then our special audit for next year, we're anticipating about another $200,000 in that. So a total increase is $16,757,494, which is those items.
On a flat revenue.
On a flat revenue. The other sheet I handed out earlier was going back and comparing budgets for revenue versus expenditures. And I started with 23 and went back to 2016. And as you can see, all of those expenditures have always exceeded the revenue in all 8 years, some of them more than others. But this last year, we're looking at $29.5 million more in expenditures than in revenue. And at a point, that's going to catch up with you.
We're there.
I was trying to be semi-positive.
I'm just telling you, sitting through the last 2 weeks, we're there.
And although that is, I think that's a difference in finance people for one thing. I spent 15 years working for the state, and your budget can only be for a fiscal year at a time. I don't think the city ever functioned that way. So they've had expenses and revenues in their grants that are multi-year grants or multi-year projects. And it was different for me when I started because it just made no sense because you can't commit to something outside of a fiscal year at a time. So I think a lot of this are the projects, the capital projects that were carried over from year to year to year. We talk about the open PO report. We've got open POs going back to 2020 out there on some of these projects that are started. And what I would like to do with the budget that we're working on for 24 is to have a current year column and a after the current year so we can see the difference. And make sure that we're not keeping a trend of our expenditures exceeding our revenue year after year, because at a point you can't sustain that.
Councilor Perry, you had a question?
I just thought of some wonderful things that aren't on the list that probably need to be. So, you know, we've got the governor, what the governor's already approved that's coming forward and what we're expecting the governor to approve with grant and matching. Think of the water up on the hill here that was part of the top 5 ICIP. And I think that from my conversations with the fourth floor, I think that was, we expected that to be about 8 million. I think there was potential 7 million coming. Is that right? Something close there. So there may be another million sitting right there potentially, and just some other things. But I wanted to ask on the $15 an hour moving up, is that always also counting into account anyone that's currently at 15 that would need to be moved up from, you know what I'm saying, those
Right.
that are.
So what I did was I took them to 15 before the COLA and the step. So the COLA and the step are going to move them up, but it'll also move the $15 up. So to answer your question, no, there could be some issues with some taking some of these, especially anybody that's almost at 15 but not quite, taking them to 15 and not adjusting the rest of the scales up. But I can also, and I think we've talked about this in our budget meetings, when I came here, you know, you talk about a COLA and a step increase. Those are applied to every position. And I'm not used to that. When you work somewhere, you've got your pay scale, and this is your pay scale, and people get COLAs, but it has to be somebody in that position to get that COLA. We don't do that here. They adjust everything up, everything, all vacant positions and everything adjust up. Well, at a point, you're gonna, you know, you're gonna have lower level people making 60,000 a year. It's hard to maintain on the kind of revenue that we generate.
Right. And then my last question is on the TSA, on the 2 million there, which we don't have completeness on that yet, but that will be, will that be a stair step situation, or is it going to be a?
What I pulled into this report was just what we expect to expend this next year.
Okay.
So the rest of the settlement is outside of that.
That's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Councilor, you got any questions?
Well, just sombering news.
Well, it is, and we got to figure it out.
Exactly. We got to come to a solution. We can't sit here and just go, oh my, and just stick our head in the sand. It's got to be addressed. And how we're going to get this city on solid financial footing. And what's really your second sheet you handed out, which is really, you know, some of that's got to be reconciled back and forth. But, you know, if you look at that just for 23, it says we're going to be 29 million. Some of that's carryover from previous, some of that's going to be going out to the future, but that's a big number. That's a big number. And then you look at 16 million over here. It doesn't work inside the budget, our revenue stream.
And I talked earlier about, you know, like in, I don't know what that was, 19, maybe 17, when the convention center and recreation came on, when bonds came on, you know, you can understand that. I don't see that for 23. We didn't have anything big for 23.
Right. So Thank you, Jane.
Happy first year.
Thank you. Mr.
I should have went last.
The other thing, it's apparent to me that this problem is just not just started. It's been going on for a while, and it's going to take a while to get ourselves worked out of this thing. We're just going to have to plan and attack and then stick with the plan.
Oh, and I think when we get to doing the budgets, the stack that you showed everybody, the capital items are the big items. So what we want from places, Lorenzo, and I think Lorenzo did a good job yesterday in telling us what he planned on carrying over, so we don't have to worry about that expense this year. And it's going to help build up some of his cash balance. And but we didn't talk about the debt out there. And I think at a point we need to sit down and talk about that, especially with these new projects coming on board. At a point, they're not going to be able to carry that
Right.
debt. So,
Yeah, I looked at a short list the other day and I'm scratching my head. How can we take on any more debt?
I think we've got lots of capacity for debt, just not necessarily in our
That department, yeah.
Well, I understand that, depending on which section of the budget you're looking at. And we've got lots of things that we can just spend here, and here. And then we got stuff over here we can spend over there and out yonder. And then we got stuff that we can just do whatever we want to with. And it makes it a very delicate balancing act to try to figure out how to get all this done. I mean, the water department and a few enterprise funds have the ability to generate cash.
And what hurt them was over 2 years down on 2 years.
No turnout, no
And
revenue
not
coming in,
having
no
anybody-
turnouts.
Well, and that's part of what's catching up with us now is 2 years of a lot of downturn activity that we've got to go, oops, we're gonna have to address it. And it took us 2 years to get into that hole. It's gonna take us several years to get back out of it. And it's a tough time.
Yeah, I agree with you, Counselor. Because the other thing we don't have in here is the emergencies that we had 2 years ago or a year ago.
Right.
And those were $4 million or more, if I recall, maybe
Yes.
5, towards the end of the last fiscal year. And all we need is one stub our toe. And we got some real financial issues. I mean, we got real financial issues now. We got some real problems. And I hear what you're saying, Jane. We may have the capacity to borrow. What's your capacity to repay?
Right.
And so, we don't need to get ourselves in that corner either. That just makes it worse. So,
Very.
Don't touch the ambulance, you can have a boom.
Well, it generates a little money, so. Okay, anything else
I have,
from the finance team? Okay. So we're ready to go. Any other questions, Councilor? Perry? Okay, we're done.
I'm done.
Okay. So city farm lease, who's got that?
That would be me. Chair and committee members, I'm coming to let you know, we come before you to approve the scope of work. We come to you in the end process. So I just want to let you know what's going on in the middle. The city posted RFP 23005 Tweedy Farm lease. Upon valuations, it was determined the formula in the RFP to calculate cost points was incorrect. The formula used was to award points to the lowest offer. In this instance, points should be awarded to the highest offer. So the RFP has been canceled and reissued with the correct information. It is now RFP 23005, second posting, which opened on Sunday, March 19th. Contract execution is now scheduled for June 1st. So this pushed us back 1 month.
Questions? Okay. And water bills. I know who that is. I need to crawl into the table now.
Might as well.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. There's been some discussion on the information on the water bills. And since we've been working through this since last September, we've been keeping notes, trying to find out how we can get better information out to the people. Two of the things that were quite obvious was that we needed to let people know what their past due amount was. So we've highlighted that in bold font so they know you haven't paid your bill in 3 months. And down below, there is a note. Because the other thing that we were getting confusion on was the due date. And the computer generates the due date, but you can also have a different due date if you are delinquent. You get your delinquency notice and it's different than the due date on there because of the way the ordinance is written right now. So we added the note in there that if you have a past due amount, the date above may not apply. And if you can read exactly what it says there. Past due amount is due upon receipt. Past due accounts are subject to disconnection regardless of due date printed above. And that's just because of the way the ordinance is currently written. That due date falls different on the past due than it does on the regular bill. It's confusing. We are fixing it.
The bill is dated 2 weeks out from when the bill is generated. And that date falls in there. And it works well for anybody that keeps their account current. When you get delinquent, and because you've got to be delinquent 2 months before we'll cut your water off.
Right.
Those dates start changing that because the bill as it's generated is just looking at current charges. It's due 2 weeks from today. So.
And so that way, that's how it picks the date, the due date. And so the past dues, it doesn't trigger those at all. They're due upon receipt, kind of correct? Is that kind of the way that they're due now?
And
maybe that's what your past due accounts are subject. Maybe that's past due. Maybe there's another line you put in there to tell people that they're past due.
Well, and that's what that line is above.
Red down there.
The top one, past due amount is changed to bold red in font.
Okay. Yeah.
Because we don't get caught saving money, saving printer ink.
Thanks.
So those are some of the things that we've been running into. The other thing that we've gotten some questions on is the meter box information. We have people that have called, we've explained it to them, and everybody's been okay with stuff. Basically, it's the pay your bill thing. Yes.
I actually have received several items as well. Can you explain, as far as this being a discussion item, what is your course of action and for approval? What is your plan as far as moving forward?
With this particular thing, this is already in place. This is just informational for you that that these were complaints and this is what we've done to solve those.
Okay, all right. And I have a couple more things that I would like some feedback on that I've been given by constituents. Just so maybe you can explain it where it's on there, but it's not clear, or it's something we can look at adding, but I have about 4.
And that's one thing that we're also going to be talking about when we go through the ordinance is actually putting more information on there so people know what they're paying for.
Well, I did email them to you.
Yes.
So you have it, so I would like to actually kind of have a discussion so I myself can explain it better as well.
Okay. Stand for questions.
Any other questions?
Everybody.
Yes, sir, Brown.
You know, some of this stuff, somewhere along the line, we need to get more information out to people about, you know, on boxes and stuff, that they need to be broken down before they put them in the can. All that stuff, you know, we need to get stuff like that out to people to get them, to encourage them. Break boxes down into smaller, you know, have cardboard boxes level flat. You know, we need to get stuff like that out to people. We've got to get more publicity out about saving water and everything else too. So I don't know how much you can put in their bill. But
And that's with that one section right on the left-hand side where that arrow's pointing. That whole section there, we can put anything we want in there.
Well, and we've done inserts into the bill in the past, so I can't think of anything right offhand. But like the bright colored sheets, Juanita's done several of those for us that we send to the company to insert with the bill. That'll get their attention. Now, if everybody opens their bill, it's a different story, but we can do all sorts of, blasts out there by adding it in the bill.
Well, I mean, it's a good opportunity, I think, if we have stuff out, if you reduce, I don't know how much it costs to do the inserts, but like if you have brew at the zoo, anything like that, or what, we have things in there about what's going right with our community, to get people out, watch the parks, anything like that you can do on using stuff to get people to use facilities and we need to get on these parks, we need to get people out to use them. A lot better if they use them than if they just sit there. So.
And it would be easy to do like a quarterly newsletter or anything like that, where you can just build that in there and have everything for the next 3 months that's happening.
Any other questions? Mr. Glenn? Okay,
This will be continuing to be a work in progress. As we find problems, we'll be.
okay, you're on your feet. Let's keep moving. Page 51.
We've been working on Article 2 for water services. What I would propose is that sections 2637 through 2643 be removed completely from Article 2. And what we'd like to do is just create one whole article that has all of the rate information. Not have it spread all through the thing. We'll have it all in one place. That way, if we need to amend it, we're just amending one article. We don't have to go through and nitpick everything through there. Are you guys good with that?
It simplifies.
Yeah, and infrastructure was happy with that too. We're trying to get everything in categories.
Okay. The ones that are here that I can see, we've kind of in agreement with that. We'll of course have to look at it when we see it. But that approach is probably pretty sound. Okay.
This is just so help for me as I'm building stuff, so you guys know what, so I don't have to go back and redo it all. Next slide. One thing that I do need some assistance from you guys with is how do you want the rates to be structured? What you have in your packets is a proposed tiered water rate, and how that works, and it actually works in with our conservation plan, is the more water you use, the more it costs you. Now, the example that I have in there for you, this is our current information. So you have the base rate and then the consumption from 3,001 to 10,000. That's what we currently charge for that amount of water usage in that area per 1,000 gallons. Now, when you go up from there, you can see it's in 20% increments.
But I had a question because it came up with legal committee last time that a person said that they use no water, but they got charged a base rate. And I think the explanation on it has to be 0 to whatever the
0 to 3,000.
Yeah,
what we need to show.
That's what, instead of saying 1, I think it says 1.
Yes.
It needs to say 0 to. And that'll give clarification because that person said, I didn't use any water, but I got charged a base rate.
Yes.
And so if you clarify that, I think that would be helpful.
Now, I will tell you straight up, Janie doesn't agree with me on this.
I find it shocking.
Yeah. We agree on everything. But this is a way to do it. The nice thing about this is it does work in with our conservation plan. The other thing that I would like to see us do is, and you have it here in front of you, is we need to start breaking out our residential, our commercial, our industrial, and I think it's irrigation. The reason for that is that's the information that we're needing for state reports that we submit, especially for the grants and the loans. They want to know those different segments and how much water is being used there, how much is being collected in those areas.
So we currently charge everyone the same rate?
Yes. And we can continue to do that if that's what you guys choose to do. But we need to break out our customers into these sections.
How do we charge for bulk?
We have a bulk rate for that. It's
And it's the same.
25 cents per something.
It's
Yeah.
that the girls charge the same rate as they would, if you get 3,000 gallons, you're going to pay the $18.95.
So we charge bulk the same as we charge residential?
Yes. Well, we charge and commercial and everything else. It's all the same.
Are you proposing what that rate structure would look like?
I'm showing you the structure, not the amounts. That would be for a different,
Discussion.
yeah, where we have like 3 days. The mayor has a question.
I'm not busy on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. If you want to start.
Where, and when you look at a tiered rate like this, now your sewage rates are also based on a tiered rate too, aren't they not?
They are based on your December,
Winter quarter.
Yeah,
average,
December, January,
February usage.
It's not tiered.
No,
no, it's based on.
but it's based on those. So in the
So
summer.
it is kind of tiered, is it not?
Well, but because in the summertime, when you're using your sprinklers, it's not going down the drain. So you're not having to pay a sewer charge for that is semi the logic behind it.
The nice thing about the tiers too is you can adjust the payments by gallons used or by the percentage increase in the tiers. And that's why, the 10,000 gallons is being charged like we do right now. That will catch probably 80% of our customers. So there won't be an increase with this system. The other thing, I think it's on the next slide. The tiered rates are prevalent in locations where water conservation and resource management is practiced. You have a lot of it in the southwestern states, locations with growing populations and desert areas. The way you can charge rates, uniform rate, a separated flat rate, combined flat fees, tiered water rates, or a declining block. The declining block is used in agricultural. It doesn't really work for city purposes. So about 13% of the nation uses a tiered water rate system. Next slide. City of Tucson went to a tiered system in 1974 because they basically ran out of water. During that time, customers were using excessive amounts for swamp coolers, filling their pools, irrigation, all that kind of stuff. The city could not meet the customer's demand, and they actually started running out of water. The outlying spots, they couldn't pump water to them because there was nothing left. So they implemented a conservation effort that summer, and along with that, the tiered rate that they're still using today. Next slide. So the strengths of a tiered system is it encourages efficient use. Their City of Tucson, their annual water use went down 42%. Now, one point of caution on water conservation. You can conserve yourself out of your budget. So you have to be very careful with that part of it too. In 1985, single-family houses were using 116,000 gallons annually. They dropped that down to 73,000 gallons by 2015. The tiered rates cause the larger water users to subsidize the smaller users, is basically how it works out. Next slide. There are some weaknesses to this. One of the big things is they say that conservation for cities doesn't really do anything because only 12% of the water is used by municipalities. And where they need to start doing conservation is in the thermoelectric power and agricultural industries. There's a big difference between drinking. My comment to this is there's a big difference between drinking water and industrial and agricultural water. It does not, it's nowhere close to the same demands as you have for drinking water. Resource conservation rests on the notion that only large water users can waste water. Anybody can waste water. Even a small user that doesn't even use the 3,000 gallons, they can waste water too. Your conservation program can work too good and lower your revenues needed to run the department. There has been some cities that have run into issues where they conserve themselves out of their budget. So that's something to kind of watch for. There's good and bad to all of this. Next slide. These are the residential rates that we use right now. Like I said, the first column there, the 3,001 to 10,000, that's a 0% increase from what we are charging right now. And I would recommend if we went into a tiered system, kept that first column as a 0% increase. That will catch most of our customers. Next slide. And then you have your commercial service. Next, industrial service and irrigation. The one change with irrigation would be you pay, there's no 3,000 gallons free. For irrigation, you pay for every gallon you use. Next. When it comes to the base rate, there's two processes for setting your base rate. You either set a high base rate that includes all your services, so you're not itemizing for anything. Or you set a lower base rate, and then you basically have an a la carte system for all the extra services that you may or may not use. Some of those services include, non-payment disconnect fees, after hours, delinquent reconnect, non-sufficient funds, delinquent accounts, late payment fees, after-hour service. The after-hour service is for something that is not a city problem, but we're still getting called out for anyway. After-hours turn-off, after-hour turn-ons, meter test fees, and credit check fees. So there was a list of those on your handouts. So the next one. Oh, there's your list right there. In a week since I did this site, so. Next one. You have your new meter service fees. I think you guys are going to be discussing that with your fee abatement stuff. And the expansion fee, we've talked about that briefly. I don't know where that's going to go, but that'll be discussed at a later time. Next. Your fees for property liens, the filing fees, release fee, the administration fee, all those things that go with property liens. Next. Vacant property fees. Do we charge a fee to a lot that has no meter and no service? And that would be, for instance, a system upgrade fee. For a vacant lot fee where they have no meter, but there is a service line that runs to the lot. Do we charge for that service line to be run to the lot? Or do we charge just a vacancy fee if there's a vacant structure and the meter and service line are operable? So those are some things to think about for the future. And then there would be on that vacancy fee, is it the same for a residential? Is it the same for a commercial? Next slide. So some questions I need help with today is, do we want to stay with our current rate structure or move towards a tiered rate structure or some other kind of rate structure? And it's not something that we have to stick with, but I kind of need to know the direction that you would like to go so I can start building those sections of the ordinance. And if we get it all built and you guys don't like it, then we'll change it. It's not, this won't be set in stone. I just need some direction on which way you'd like to see it go.
Counselor? Quick draw here. Nobody's had a chance to think about this. Great. I mean, I thought that you showed the upside and you also showed the downside. And so.
Yeah, especially.
There.
I need to bill for these, all the water structures we have, because all that stuff's just water running down the toilet. And anybody that has all these play structures and stuff where you don't recycle any of that.
Correct. And that we'd probably have to run that under like the irrigation use, where we just charge per gallon.
I mean, do the parks pay that or?
Yes,
All?
they do now.
You know, if we're gonna do some of this stuff, if you're gonna go with the tiered thing and you're gonna charge more for everybody who has grass and those who don't, you know, for the summer, then I think if we're gonna change that or charge more for it, should we not have some kind of means where we encourage people to do zero scaping?
And that you will see come forward in the conservation section of the ordinance. Because that is, it's better to incentivize than it is to penalize. So if we can incentivize good use of the water, that works so much better than penalizing people for not.
Penalizing, okay, I'm in the accommodation industry, so I have an RV park.
Name, ma'am?
Hi, I'm Morgan. I'm essentially a neighborhood. And I mean, I have 3 meters. I pay all 3 meters. I'm a commercial property, but I'm tourism. So it's a constant in and out of new people. And like, they're not paying a water bill. I'm paying for their water. So I wouldn't fall under like the same, like a souvenir store downtown, their commercial water bill is not going to be the same as mine, but I'm still paying for every gallon used. So a tier system, I mean, that would drastically, like I'm going to have to up my rates, which is going to decrease tourism. And I would assume that'd be the same for like hotels and stuff, because the more expensive, the less likely people want to stay. And then they don't have money to spend in the souvenir stores downtown or restaurants or et cetera.
And that's the one thing that we've talked about when we initially get this going. We don't want to make it so everybody's rates go up. We want to try and stick with what things are right now and figure out how to make this rate structure work into how things are working right now. And maybe in the business section, we have to do business 1, business 2, business 3. Because if you have a store downtown and you have a sink and a toilet,
Right.
that's drastically different than a hotel or your instance.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Yeah, I know. I can see the smoke coming out of your ears. Okay.
And then the other thing on this is on the base rate. Do you like the higher base rate that covers all services? That's what Janie wants. Or do you want the lower base rate? And then
Under the bus.
and the lower base rate, and then we charge for the extra services. That's what we currently do now.
Yeah.
And that way you're not everybody's paying for everybody's 4 choices.
I think that we stay with the lower, and then if you increase your usage, then you pay more. It's like you go to the grocery store. If you buy 1 steak, you pay $10, and if you buy two, you pay 20. I mean, that just makes sense to me. I'm just one of several voices in the room.
The one thing that we do have to be careful with, if we go with the tiered system, is just like this lady was talking about, we need to make sure that we don't fix those tiers in such a way that we're penalizing people that have to use the water to make their business happen.
You know, my question, I guess, to help look at this is what our average consumption is, like for residential. How many gallons is the average consumption? How many gallons is it for, and I don't know how you do that, whether you base it on somebody's square footage or what the heck they have on a commercial side of the fence. I don't know how you're going to get an average for them because you've got, is the Institute a commercial?
I believe they are, yes.
Yeah. So you can't take them and put them in the average and because they're probably large water users over there.
But you could put them with like the school district.
Yeah.
And then you could group the hotels together. You
Yeah.
could group the Main Street downtown businesses together. You could put the RV and trailer parks.
If we have something that doesn't penalize people.
Yes.
But I think to take a look at the tiered structure, we need more data.
And that's what if you guys are okay with looking at that, I will make that happen.
Yeah. I see we're part of the tiered structures trying to create people to conserve water. But I'm not interested in raising rates per se, but something to look at. Because we've already raised rates, we get an automatic rate increase with the CPI and that was a large number for people this year. And so, but
that's
I'd rather see something, as you say, let's reward people for less water consumption than penalize them for more water consumption.
My goal with this whole rate structure is not to raise rates.
Yeah.
And fix it so everybody's in kind of where they're at now. And then it gives us a place to go for the future.
Yeah. I follow that, Robert. So thanks.
Well, personally, I would like to look at a tiered structure, get the math where we can look at it and do a comparison.
Okay.
Right.
And Councilor Perry.
No, I just want to say, I'd like to see some numbers put together on some area we'll be looking at. I do not want to see this council anytime in the near future running into what we ran into in 2010, 2011, where water rates had not been up to 20 years. And then all of a sudden you have to do a unbelievable massive increase and everybody was out for our heads. But I said it then and I'll say it now, I believe in conservative spending and not government overtaxing or overcharging people. But at the same time, as a conservative, I don't mind paying what it's costing to get the water to me. I just don't want to pay for mine and yours or somebody else. But that's what ends up happening when you keep it so low. Well, then there comes a time where you just have to take out of the general fund to drop in to take care of, these problems. So I am paying for everybody else's water bill when we do that. So I just want to make sure that we're going to be not just coming out kosher, but that we're able to have those monies in place to be able to do all these other projects that are necessary to get them. I said back then, you think people are mad at us having to raise the rates 20, 25%, whatever it was, wait till their toilets don't flush, So I'd like to see the study. I'd like to see some kind of, figures put together, some kind of study formed where we can actually see if this was implemented, what it'd be looking like. We don't need to be penalizing folks that are trying to make our community better. At the same time, everybody needs to be paying their fair share so we can get these things done. So I think that's prudent to look at it.
I just didn't want to put a whole bunch of time into something that you guys didn't want to do. So,
Well, Councilor.
So, as I understand it, we have a rate increase coming in July.
yes.
Okay, how is that factored into the data are you talking about now, or are you actually kind of putting this information?
I can actually do it both ways. I can show what it is now, and I can take those tables and put in what that, yeah.
I just wasn't sure if the information you were presenting kind of had that, because, anything really happens, it's going to be around July before we get a lot of this accomplished. So I didn't know if you were adding that concept in automatically, or I just wanted to.
I'll show it both ways. That way you can see how those tiers work when you change and make those adjustments.
We've got rate increases, so.
Yes, sir.
I agree with you, Councilor Perry, but some people define fair share as you carry mine. I agree with you.
That's not my definition. Let's clarify that.
Unfair share.
And we'll be discussing that just a little bit later, so.
More than glad I hate to say this, but if it costs twice as much of what I'm paying now to get the water to me and to get the water done correctly and safely, then that's the fair thing to do.
Yeah.
But I don't want to pay 3 times what I'm paying now, just or keep it low. And then we have to pay for it through the general account later, which is what we were doing.
Right.
We were subsidizing a product that, that's just ridiculous.
Well, and it happened last year.
Yes.
$4 million that the water fund didn't have. That we had to come out of the general fund. Or was what, 1.3?
Part of it came out of the ARPA funds to pay for bills that had not been covered.
It was several $1 million that we had to subsidize it basically from the general fund last year. So this has been going on. We need to get to a point, I guess, what you're saying.
In 2010 or 11, we fixed it where we were not having that massive upheaval every year. And then we put the increase on it to allow to hopefully it keep up. But we recognized that eventually inflation and the cost of products and stuff was going to get to a place where it's going to have to be reevaluated again. I'm just glad it took 12 years to get us to that point,
The other thing with rates that I need to mention is a lot of our grants and loans are based on our water rate.
Yeah.
And we're getting to the point now where we're not qualifying for stuff because our rates are so low.
We do have some of the cheapest water, and I don't think our people recognize or understand that. Water's very inexpensive here in comparison to a lot of places. And so.
But on the same point, just because we don't qualify for all of those stuff, maybe we don't care about not qualifying.
That's right.
So we shouldn't just raise it just because.
Absolutely. There again, what is it taking to get the product to me?
Yes.
And what do you foresee those pipes that are getting it to me being able to be replaced? That has to be factored into it so that I know that I'm going to have continual service. I'm willing to pay that cost. But I don't want to pay it for everybody on my block.
You want to be a fair share kind of guy.
Yeah. So.
Chairman, may I make a comment, please?
Yes, sir.
With regard to the Water Enterprise Fund and the CPIs and all the adjustments, one of the things that was seen since 2011, 12, when they came up with the bigger adjustment, that there's, in my opinion, more than the fair share being extracted from the Water Enterprise Fund from the department.
I agree.
Thank you.
I agree.
I wasn't going to say that.
It's not just you, but other enterprise funds are taking, I think, a higher hit than they should. And matter of fact, I wrote a letter to the editor trying to outline that. I don't know how well it was received or how well it was read, but it's a serious concern. You need to pay your share, but not more than your share. And it's an interesting mix that several of us in this room, and there are some that are not in this room, have had trying to figure this deal out. And we're going into another budget cycle right now, and we've spent a great deal of Janie's time trying to figure out a better matrix for figuring those costs. And we're not We're not done yet. You're not done yet, Janie.
I know.
Yeah, Counselor, and to that point, that model that those charges have been is an old model. And it's not easy to come up with a new model for this. I'll say that for Janie's benefit because I've done those kind of things and trying to come up with what you believe or your fact base that you're going to use to create those charges to those enterprises fund. That's kind of a fluid thing. It's not always concrete.
Right.
And so you're just trying to get it as close as you can to get that done. And so then therefore, those enterprise funds, when that changes, because we haven't made those transfers yet this year, correct? We have not made any transfers to those enterprise funds for those, I call them administrative charges, for lack of another word. And so that's what Janie's been trying to work on top of everything else that we've got going on here. This may not get done right away, but it is a priority to get it done. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Chair. So I hear you loud and clear, was what you're saying, and recognize that because its funds may be going too far to the general fund that don't need to be going there.
Well, and then you turn around and take it and then have to turn around and take it back.
Right.
Because we pulled them in the red. I don't want to do that, so.
I had a really good formula. Janie didn't like it.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me.
No, I liked it. I think it was the Big Chief crayons or Big Chief tablet that you wrote it on.
Yeah.
It was a presentation, Robert. It was probably okay.
There is shifting of some fees from every enterprise fund. And part of the problem though with that is why that has to happen. Because the state really doesn't allow us enough money to operate the services we're required to operate as a city from our gross receipts tax and other things where we collect taxes. Or that maybe whether there needs to be better levels of more active gross receipts tax funds for us to operate the city for the things that we're required to have.
And I understand that it should be cost of county. I understand that. There's certain departments that you have to. The thing that we haven't seen in the past, I guess, the word I want to use is transparency. So us doing our budgets, we can plug in the same numbers and have a feel what it's going to be used another, to pay our overhead in public works.
Yeah, but I just look back when we were coming in here. I asked the city manager for all the new people, at least for sure, to be able to sit in the budget cycle meetings all during the month of March. Tonight, the opportunity for our people to see it. To me, that's not transparency. I think what you have now with people coming in here, everybody's in the room. We all talk about it. We're going to get it done. I think you're going to see a lot more transparency. But, it really kind of frosts me that if we got $2.2 million worth of insurance money for damaged buildings, money didn't go. Which came and put back into the budget, and we were never told. That's where that money came from. It was from insurance money. It should have gone back into those buildings.
Our budget request item, my public works section is for roofing that should have been repaired.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying is that, that kind of stuff, when you get insurance money like that and you don't spend it for what it was for, then the next time you have a claim, they're going to deny your claim.
Agreed.
And so, that's the kind of stuff, it creates a false spending level that we're going to pay for deeply down the road. And that's what's happened in a lot of cases. I think we outspent our means. And so now we're paying for all that and it's going to take us a couple of years to get back on our feet. And, and there are always things that are around here. I mean, the people that live in East Grand Plains had a huge problem because when they built Labrino, they had to buy $1 million fire truck in that district, or else everybody's property tax and insurance would have gone through the roof because they had to have a ladder truck put out any fires they had free. And so, I mean, that's just the way it is. And so the county, everybody jumped around and figured out a way to get, $1 million fire truck that was 5 feet taller than the city of Louisville. Of course, then that caused a problem because then you had to buy one that was a foot taller than that.
Firemen are like that.
He's sitting right over here somewhere. Oh, he crawled underneath the podium over there. All right, are you done, Mayor?
Yeah.
Councilor?
I'll clarify it with
Okay.
press later. We'll just move on.
The other part of this is that once we think we've got all these models changed around and fixed, then we got to look at them annually, at least annually, to see if it's doing what we anticipated it's going to do.
Right.
And we may have to tweak them.
Yeah.
But I think, go ahead.
No, I just say that model we're currently using has been in effect for how long, Mr. Fuentes?
It's been several years.
Yeah, see, it hasn't been looked at,
Yeah.
has not been
Well,
reviewed.
you can't take your eye off the ball.
No.
So are you about the end of your song and dance?
I am for now.
Do you think that you've got enough information? Although, okay.
Yep.
All right, just want to make sure that you've got enough information to proceed.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, now we're going to talk about our capital project, Mr. Fuentes. I believe this is your specialty.
Well, Mr. Chair, committee members, Mr. Chair, you requested this item to be placed on the agenda. What you have in your packet, councilors and committee members, it is the project list that's in the budget. And so in there's, I'm just trying to make sure I have the right file. The list here is broken down into 2 parts. It's a list that says active. What that means is any project that has a purchase order issued to it. There's activity in that. And then there's another smaller list that says inactive, those projects that do not. So during the budget meetings these last 2 weeks, we asked all of the directors, give us an update on those projects that are active and inactive. So we went through each of these projects. The chair requested this item to be placed on the agenda to give the committee members an opportunity to ask the directors, and we've already kind of been updated, those that were present at the budget meetings, to give us that status. So if there's a particular project on the list, Mr. Chair, committee members or councilors, we have some directors here who can answer on their projects. And I believe we've heard most of them. So if there's a director that's not here on any of the projects, we may be able to provide an update on that. Again, any project that is not completed this year and it hasn't a purchase order, more likely will end up being carried over into next fiscal year. As always, this column here for some of the projects represents both the expense side and the revenue side. And as you will see throughout the list, a lot of those projects have been closed. And of course, you have those that are just the city share of the expense side. So this has budgetary implications going into the new fiscal year. The importance of the other list of the inactive projects, those projects that, are up for reconsideration. Because depending on the budget, where things are, the council may decide to continue to proceed forward with those projects or to just go ahead and postpone them until a later date. So that's the reason for presenting this to you all today. And with that, Mr. Chair, committee members.
So during our meetings for the last 2 weeks, we got lots of good reports from the department heads. Some of these, they had really valid reasons. Supply problems was the overall theme. And so have you, when you compiled this list, it hadn't been updated for the last 2 weeks.
That's correct.
So this was good on the day you did it, but we already know that there's already some promises to close them and projects that we were assured were going to be finished by the end of this fiscal year that are still showing open on this document.
That's correct. And I did, Mr. Chair, I do have an updated of my own list, but I didn't want to confuse you all by providing a different list than what's in the packet.
I understand.
That's why I'm saying we can, and any questions you all may have in any projects, either I or the directors can at least give you an indication whether it's already still open and any updates.
All right, and you all hopefully took a moment to look through this list.
It did.
And do you have any particular questions on any projects?
Not in particular. No,
Okay.
I looked at them because these are all approved expenditures already. And, my concern is the carryovers, obviously, and how we account for that. Make sure that we're okay, because you got some large carryovers in there. Maybe they're not going to be carried over any longer. But some of these are state funded. And what I'm concerned myself with is the far right-hand column, which is what the city's got to pay.
Yes.
And sure, those are all taken care of. So, because this total here was $3.9 million. When you get down to, that was on the infrastructure projects is 3.9 million. The road funds, 2 million. It's going to be carried over.
Right.
Do we have a total what the carryover might look like?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, no, we don't, not on this report. But as you can see, there's some of the amounts being considered carried over. For example, as you can see on the roads, some of them are grant related.
Right.
And that's a big share of that. So there is no total on this sheet. It will be included in the summary budget sheet.
Great.
Again, depending which projects will be carried over.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes.
Any other questions?
Councilor Perry.
Yes, sir.
So page 72,
Which one?
page 72.
Okay.
I had multiple phone calls just today on this particular item, so I'd just like some clarification on the zoo, the Leprino farmland experience, and entry, building design and construction renderings, which we've already encumbered, $583,607. I'm being told that that money, that the 2 million commitment is being pulled from this project. So I'm just sort of getting some clarification.
Is that true?
Well, yeah, it's true.
So are you familiar enough to give any background?
No.
Okay.
So let me make this clear what I just heard. We've already paid to have it designed, but Leprino's pulled back the 2 million.
We're still getting the 2 million.
The agreement has been asked to be, Counselor, just in, boy, that was perfect timing.
Councilor Perry to Mr. Chair. Leprino had contacted us a couple months ago based on some of the publicity that the zoo had received, as well as the USDA fund that will be discussed at the subsequent council meeting. Leprino was not of the opinion that they wanted their funding attached to the zoo. When it comes to the actual pilot, so the payment in lieu of taxes, it was unencumbered. So this actual money is Leprino's is committed to giving the city $2 million over a time period, but in no way, shape, or form actually committed to it going to this particular project with its name attached. As such, Leprino has requested its name not be used at the zoo anymore.
No, we haven't spent any of this money,
Yeah.
right? Is other than maybe some early planning?
This year.
The money's coming into the general fund. And one payment has come in this year. There is an encumbrance out there for the farmland experience.
Okay.
So I guess my question, and payment in lieu of taxes, is the request for their name not to be attached to an expenditure at the zoo, or do they have the ability to require that their pilot not be utilized?
No, they cannot require it to not be utilized by the zoo. It gets paid into the general fund.
That's what I understood. And I want to make sure we were clear on that. Because I just want, to have transparency. If this is getting cut, I want to know about it, because I think that that's a decision council's going to need to make. Because if they give a payment in lieu of taxes and to the general fund, council has the ability to utilize that money way up to degrees.
Well, and it's $66,000 a year. So
Correct.
if you continue
I agree with that.
the
I understand.
experience, you're going to get the 2 million somewhere else.
That's right. And I understand that. I just want to make sure I understand, because I did receive multiple phone calls today, and it just, first I had heard about it, so it surprised me.
Well, I think the bottom line is Leprino doesn't want their name associated with the zoo for whatever reason. You'll have to go talk to them about that, but the money's still got to come. And we, counselors, the city manager, mayor chiming in, will make a decision if it stays in this line item or if it gets moved somewhere else. Nobody spent the money, it hasn't been moved anywhere. It just.
Well, and like I said, it's 66,000 coming in a year.
And this is our first year of receiving it.
Yeah.
It's just parked.
It's not material, it's not.
How many years are we supposed to receive that, Jim? 20.
My only other question is on cemetery. Janie, on cemetery, are we, the columbariums, are we still going to be able to use ARP with that? Or are we looking at changes with that?
No, the funding that was allocated for the columbarium was lost revenue through ARPA.
Right.
So we took the ARPA funds and said the first $10 million is lost revenue. That's what we used. We still have about $253,000 in ARPA funds that have to go to a qualified project. The columbarium is not a qualified project.
Thank you. All right. We could go through this list all day, and I don't want to, but that was the main one I had a question on.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Councilor Perry?
Yes, sir.
Could you give me some history on the Leprino? Because it says on this here that $2 million commitment from Leprino. I don't know what the understanding was, because it says that the council approved this on 1/13/22. Do you recall what you all approved and what that was all about?
I don't recall exactly what was approved back then. I do know I was in the room in the original discussions with Leprino when the presentation was made. And at the time, there was not a discussion of over a 20-year period. I think that came in later. And so that changed a lot of the perspective of what we were going to do with the money once, or how we were going to handle that when we saw how it was going to be coming to us in that pilot.
Yeah, I just curious to what you all recall that you approved.
The truth of the matter is it's not a pilot because they don't owe property taxes to us.
Right.
It is the fact that a second portion of the IRB disbursement that we agreed to, they agreed to, and it was anything they could, but at the time they wanted to fund the.
And we utilized the pilot concept with them.
Right.
Because, their employees need Roswell to live in. They need Roswell to be shopping in. They need the school districts. They need a lot of things that are here. And there were government entities that were receiving, but the city itself was not benefiting necessarily in those areas. So that was the discussion. At the time, the farmland exhibit seemed to be a great thing for them. They were highly interested because it was going to be an educational thing that was going to help them to be able to show the community, show folks really, from farm to table type situation, and how the milk gets to where it does and turns into cheese, all that stuff. And so somehow, somewhere down the line, there's evidently been some change of thought.
Well, I'm trying to understand the history, because $66,000 a year for 20 years is 1.3 million.
Was not in the original understanding that we started with, but that.
Yeah, but we're committed, are we not, to spend this 583 right now? It's in that far right-hand column.
It's encumbered. I don't know the status of that.
It's encumbered.
It is, as you can see, there is two.
It's encumbered out of the general fund.
It's encumbered out of the zoo. The money is located in the zoo. So it's coming out of those two purchase orders listed there.
Right.
For full disclosure, the IRB, I believe with Leprino, they also do a payment to the school system and they also make a payment to the county.
Which is the concept of why we approached them and said, look, we do have entities that are receiving benefit, but the city of Roswell, the services that we're providing for you to be able, without the city of Roswell, Leprino would not be able to operate, was what we were trying to make determination on.
They wouldn't have got the IRB, right? Because it had to come through
It came through us.
come through the city.
And this is the second one. The first one was back in the 90s, and they didn't pay the schools. They only paid the county. This one, we made sure they paid the schools, and paid the county.
And the county, this is taxing my memory a little bit, but the county uses it primarily for upgrade to the roads that are impacted by the milk trucks coming into Leprino. So,
Okay.
well, all the stuff that goes with if you're feeding animals, it's not just limited to, because Leprino's here and you got dairy cattle, you got to haul them in and haul them out and all their food products and all that stuff. It's an impact on our roads.
I mean, we're not losing that funding. They don't want their name on the door.
Basically, that's it.
That's just what I want to make sure and get clarification on that in that. So, yeah, I don't want to continue, when I got the answers I needed.
Anybody else? This item?
So I get the minutes from that meeting, and what the council had approved was a set of various fund expenditures made for video security, fencing security, the farmland design, and the bear security. It wasn't a commitment. It was kind of sort of signing off on what was already in the master plan that had been adopted in 2018.
Okay. Very enlightening. Okay. Anything else on this item? All right. We're going to talk about budget adjustments. Got your name on it, Chanel.
Yes, so there's only two requests. There is one for the general fund for emergency management. They actually received grant money on June 30th. So this is just to give them the budget authority to spend that grant money so we don't have to pay it back. And the second is out of the solid waste fund for the new truck that you all just approved last month. And I will stop any questions.
Questions? When I voted no on it. Okay, what's your pleasure?
In the last two, Council.
Make a motion, we send to full council on the consent agenda recommendation to approve the resolution adjusting the budget for fiscal year ending June 30, 2023 with the expenses, the various funds of $422,384. And within Fund 1101, the general fund expenses $42,977. Fund 5200, solid waste fund expenses $379,407.
Second.
Okay. Do we need, personally, I'd rather put this on the agenda, not the consent agenda. You're spending that kind of money, I think everybody needs to.
It's already been approved.
It's already been approved.
It's already been approved.
We've already approved it in open.
All right, I'll shut up.
All we're doing is just
Okay, I got a
approve the
motion in a
transfer.
second. Any further questions? Hearing none, all those opposed signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, what just?
Opposed?
No, I'm not opposing. I'm shutting up.
You made the motion, you don't want to oppose your.
Yeah.
I have done that before.
I've done it too. So passes 4-0. Okay. So we're on to award recommendation for special audit. Janie, you gonna help me out on this?
Yep. RFP 2311, Special Audit Services. The city posted RFP 23011, Special Audit Services on April 19th, 2023. We only received one proposal on March 21st of 2023. The evaluation committee completed their review, and it's their recommendation to award the contract to Jaramillo Accounting Group. Jaramillo Accounting Group is an approved audit company with the state auditor. They provided a well-documented process for understanding internal controls at the city's air center. They also demonstrated an understanding of the process and procedures that impact the city procurement contracts and leases. The only other option would be to put it back out to RFP again for another bid, and I don't think we would get any more, so.
Questions?
Mine only is, this is finance and there's no dollar amount to this, so.
Because we don't know yet what the total cost of the audit's going to be. For budget purposes, we're looking at putting $200,000 in for fiscal year 24. They, Jaramillo Accounting Group sort of alluded to, they were hoping that they could be done by November with this audit, so. And we're looking at maybe 50,000 this year. But I don't know until the city manager negotiates a contract with them what it's going to ultimately be.
All right.
One of those things.
Well, and that's where I was like going,
Just asking
this is
if,
finance and we don't have a dollar figure done, so why isn't this legal that's doing this one?
Well,
That would have been my question.
we're kind of in new territory here. This is a request from the state auditor, and nobody really knows where the out of bounds is going to be on this thing till they get here. And basically, if they find something and they can start down a trail that they weren't aware of at the time and get approval. But the way this kind of works is the state auditor's their boss. We just get stuck with the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just say that on their award recommendation report, their average score was 485.28. We just consider that a dollar amount.
I second.
At this point, it don't really matter. We're going to have to do it. So,
Chad gets to negotiate that.
yeah.
That's where we want them to start at. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we send to full council. What's the desire?
200,000.
No, are you wanting consent or not consent?
No, of course, you know me, I don't like the consent calendar, so.
But you get to sleep during the meetings. We don't.
Thank you. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we send the award recommendation for RFP -23-011, the special audit services and authorization for the city manager to enter into contract with Jaramillo Accounting Group to full council with recommendation.
Second.
A motion second. Any further comments or discussion? Hearing none, any of those wishing to vote in the negative signify by saying aye. I don't want to be accused of bubbling anymore. If you change the batteries in your hearing aids, I changed mine.
Yeah.
I heard no opposition, motion passes 4-0. Fleet maintenance purchasing.
So with our new fleet maintenance model, using multiple vendors for the repairs and purchasing parts.
Pardon me, can you speak just a little bit louder so we can hear you on this end? Thank you.
Our new service model for fleet maintenance, we're using multiple vendors for parts and for also the repairs. Not every vendor is going to exceed our 50,000 purchasing threshold, but some for sure will. So rather than come to you and have to put off the repairs until I can get to a committee meeting and then get to city council, I'm asking for this blanket authorization like we used in the warehouse. They have, we don't have 3 vendors, but we have a much longer list. It does not change anyone's budget. They still have to maintain the budget that they're going to spend, but this does give us authorization to spend with these vendors, and I just made them all the same amount, so as not to make it look like we're being prejudicial in any way. Some vendors are work on heavy equipment, and so they we spend a lot more money with them than we would an ordinary vendor. So like I said, I just made them all the same amount. So this covers everyone that was awarded a contract with our RFP 10 and also the Mexico State Price Agreement vendors that we're using in the city of Roswell. I will stand for any questions.
I don't know whether I need to recuse myself from this or not, because the audit group was awarded the contract. And we're just talking about limits, so I don't know whether I should recuse myself from this vote or not.
I don't see an ethical problem with that one because it's just an open PO and.
We're not awarding anything, but I just want to make that.
And not too long after it will be moved anyway, right?
In 12 days, it won't matter.
I don't think ethically you have a problem.
Okay, I just want to make.
That's my opinion.
Well, I just want to make that transparent. I don't know what Councilor Perry's opinion is.
I'm not a lawyer, but I did sleep in a Holiday Inn Express one day. Sometimes.
Mr. Chairman, I guess my question is, and it's not just because Crumlin, just for, for several instances on here, I just want to make sure it says in the abstract that it has been submitted for legal for review. Did legal make a review on this? What did they
It was
determine?
sent to them, but nothing was sent back to me, so I'm assuming that it was.
Yeah, 1 month.
This does not mean that we're issuing POs in these amounts. It simply means that we can spend up to this limit without having to come back to council.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not in favor of raising that limit to 300 and, what's the number? 375,000. I'm just not in favor of that at all. There's a reason we have the $60,000 threshold. And I understand what you're saying is that maybe it's going to have to take a monitoring, but I don't want to give a blanket $375,000 to anyone without council approval. So as this is written, I am not in favor of it at all.
This is not a single purchase. This is multiple purchases.
I get it, but I'm not in favor of raising the threshold up to $375,000.
What amount would you need, Becky, to get you through June 30th?
Well, there are many vendors that, because of the contract, we're already right up there. That's.
Well, but what, I mean, instead of raising these to 375, what would get you through June 30th?
I don't know, because the departments decide where they're going to go, and every repair is a different amount.
Well, and that's my question is, it's every repair. Shouldn't every repair count as single items? We're not saying that, okay, you're going to repair 300 vehicles and this is what it's going to cost us. It's each vehicle, each purchase, each time.
So far, we have not had any one vehicle repair cost more than $60,000.
So that's where, and that's why I'm wondering why, I'm agreeing with you. I don't know why we need this. I mean, I could see it maybe if we're talking our fire engines or something like that,
Well, that's coming up here in a minute.
That's about to come up. But I don't see
Well, for instance, the mixer center, we had to repair.
The what now? Sorry.
The mixer center.
Okay.
We repaired a piece of equipment for the wastewater and it was $40,000 for one repair. So then that doesn't leave much room.
So
to
then
get the 60,000.
After the $40,000, whenever she continues to spend, so say she's spending 40,000, she gets an invoice for 25,000. So that PO is going to need to be adjusted to go over the 60,000. So that's when it comes through purchasing and I'm going to question, has this gone through council? Do they know we're spending over 60,000? So that's what she's coming to ask for, is for an open PO to give her a not to exceed. I mean, 375 is a little much, you know, we just got to get through the end of the year, which is till June. So it's what Janie's asking, what would get you through to June right now? Maybe we can bring that dollar limit down.
MTA is on a state price agreement and I think because I have had authorization from Mike Matthews to spend over the 60,000. Plus, but he did approve that. We've spent probably 150,000.
But on multiple or one repair?
No, remember, our budget is $2 million.
Right.
So we would have to have an awful lot of vendors if we could only spend 60,000 with each vendor.
But I'm not seeing that purchasing, it's each individual repair is I don't see why we do a PO. Do we do one PO for each vendor for the year and everything they fix goes under that PO? Or do we?
We've been doing a blanket PO.
See, and that's where I'm not sure.
Because we don't always get a quote for every single repair.
This has been a topic of discussion during the last 2 weeks in our meeting, how to change this situation. And it gets down to, okay, Becky gets a repair done for the street department, and then which budget line item does she have access to, or they need to okay? It's another one of those processes that, in my opinion, needs a thorough review. This is not the time or the place to have that discussion, but I think that we need to probably get over this blanket PO thing for $375,000.
This is not for a PO. This is just so that if we need to have a PO that's over $60,000, we are okay to do it. Not for one repair. If I had a repair that was over 60,000, that'd be a different conversation. This is to get all the vehicles repaired. And that is the way where the purchasing rules are being interpreted, is that am I right, Jessica, that we can only spend 60,000 with a vendor annually?
Right. But we went out for RFP for this. So that takes care of that. I understand what Counselor Foster is saying. You can get an invoice, close out that PO, and you can open a new PO for the next time that you go out. So I see it from both sides. I see it what Counselor Perry is saying. I see where you're saying you just want to open a blanket PO to cover all invoices. But then again, is your department solely going to be spending this much? Should the other department be here asking for something similar? Again, I think this is something that we should discuss at a later date. Because there's more to it.
Please, and even though I can't spend the department's money, the reason Fleet brought it was so that each department didn't have to come and present to you the exact same information.
Well, I understand the predicament we're in. And I also recognize that I'd like to see some changes in the way we're doing business. And I'm not real sure if this is the approach that needs to be followed. Just clarification. I mean, it's amazing to me. I had some questions that I was going to bring up, and most of them have been covered. Thank you, committee members. So I don't know what you all want to do on this item. But I think it needs further exploration, whatever we decide to do with this item. Councilor.
I'm not against something. But what Janie's asked, what do we need to get through the end of the year? That would be more of what I would like to see. Feel comfortable with something if we're going to move things forward.
We don't have that figure. Yes, sir.
Well, what I'm hearing is that we went out for RFP.
Right.
Which allowed us to go do whatever we want to do.
Spend over 60.
And we can issue a blanket purchase order, correct? Up to 60,000
Yes.
under that RFP that we did.
Mhm.
Once we get to the 60, you close it and issue another one, correct?
We can.
You can. Or, as Counselor Foster says, we issue those purchase orders as they come, as the need arises.
You get a quote, you submit a requisition,
You do.
you open a PO, and then you
Right.
close it out when you're done.
And so I'm trying to understand why we even need to change, because if the blanket PO gets to 60, then you got to come back and ask for another 60. And you got to monitor it. And you can't go, oh, I got to have that today. Well, you're going to have to monitor the process. And I think council should be, we're authorized to look at things at 60,000 above, and I'm not going to give that up. And so we can issue new POs. I think that takes care of what we're at for the end of the year, and until we come up with a better process or a different process.
Well, and I think what makes it hard on Becky is if all of these departments were to take a vehicle in and get it worked on and she doesn't know, then she doesn't get a purchase order pulled, and then it's an after the fact procurement violation.
That's right. And so that's a method that we've got to get installed, and so that you all are aware of that.
I can make a suggestion to that because I handle the capital appropriations right now. And so I work with different departments. I do their requisitions myself, me personally, and I keep a tickler file on that on Excel. And so that might be something you might want to do in your department. So I pull it out of each different department's funding, and I run that requisition through, but I also make sure that it falls within all of the procurement guidelines so that we don't have any of those problems.
The difference there is you're working with grants and capital projects. What an audit finding would be with Becky is if she's doing something for Jim and she's hitting Jim's budget and her approval is on there and Jim's approval is nowhere, then he can't be responsible for a budget that he doesn't have the full authority over. And that's sort of what we're
running into,
looking at. A lot of your stuff is going to hit capital projects, the 2601 fund. If we do some changes we're talking about doing in budget, then you won't be able to do part of that anymore.
Some of them do come out of their own budget, but yeah, it still kind of watches that.
Well, it's part of the discussion we've had in the last 2 weeks. So
There are some things that we get worked on that you cannot get a quote for. We just got a bill from First Vehicles for $26,000. They charge us by the minute. So they don't know how many minutes they're going to be working on that piece of equipment. So there's some of this that's going to be a struggle.
well, I understand that, and it's unfortunate that everybody sees that there's a problem and we need to move forward if we can, or fix the problem, kind of like the water rate deal. Which way do we go? How do we get our hands around this situation? Yes, sir.
In case of what you're talking about there, I mean, that 60,000 is going to get chewed up pretty quick, sounds like.
Yes.
But what would preclude you from issuing another purchase order, even when that one's not closed yet? That once you hit the 60, now you're working under.
Well, that's for the people who have an RFP, but what about the people that are on a state price agreement?
A state price agreement is the same thing.
Yeah, same concept.
It's, yeah, exactly, the same
I'm
concept.
sorry, I guess I had it wrong. I thought that it was 60,000 annually, not 60,000 per PO. So maybe it's just, we don't need this.
So you could open another PO.
Right, we could open another PO.
Yeah.
If you're taking a vehicle to a shop that day, you know you're gonna go take that vehicle to the shop. I think we would be able to go sit down, put in a requisition, get the requisition turned around into a PO same day.
Well, and on anybody that can't give you a quote, you could have us open a PO for $5,000 and then do a change order to it and add more to it.
Increase,
As long as you didn't go over the 60. I think you're getting confused on the 60,000 is a procurement for being on an RFP or not. So you've already covered that part. So you can have 30 POs or one PO with a vendor up to whatever amount the council is allowing you to do because you're on an RFP or a price agreement, either one.
And as long as the department has it in their budget, then it's not something that council really needs to be
Right.
praised at. Now, once it hits over their budget,
There's a memo from Joe that says otherwise, and until that memo goes away, that's our instruction too. That's what's limited us because that memo is nothing that is required for state purchasing guidelines or anything. It's what he put in place on us. So if they would give you authority to open $70,000 per these, would that be okay? Let's get it over the 60.
If I can have 60 with every PO, I'm good. That's not how I understood it. I apologize.
And I don't, it's not 60 with every
I thought it was
purchase
60,000 annually with any one vendor.
to come back before them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I don't need it. I don't.
No problem. I think it's just understanding the system.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna pass this item, what the committee desires to do.
Consensus that I don't need a vote, just consensus that we don't.
Don't need it. Okay, moving on. Oh, we got the fire chief.
Chair Calvin. So I'm glad I got this apple still, not on some of the stuff. Who's stuff? Yours. So basically, our thought process was, because we now have the contract with First Vehicle Services, which is a little bit different because ours is specifically for the fire trucks, having to have certified emergency vehicle mechanics to be able to work on them. Basically, our thought was, and I told Councilman Horn at our budget meeting the other day, I think 225,000 is way more than we would ever need, but fire trucks are fire trucks, and
Yeah, this
that
is,
can be pretty,
this is just trying to get you through the balance of this fiscal year.
that's correct.
And these funds are the fire funds.
State fire, yes.
So if
Are those
that's-
those that are used at funds?
No.
That one is not.
So what he doesn't use at year end, he could close out and it'll just roll into his cash balance for the next year.
Can you get more of that?
Yes.
He needs it to send those fire cards.
All right, are you done, chief?
I think so, unless anybody has any specific questions.
Anybody got any questions? I'd rather give him 25,000 to see what happens. I'd rather give you 25,000, see what
I'm
happens.
hoping the only thing we're gonna spend money on here at the end of the year is oil change.
Yeah,
That's what I'm hoping for.
well, 4 new trucks, are they all here yet?
The engine one is still in love, but it should be here any day.
Okay.
That's when it broke down, coming up here? Yes, sir.
Under warranty?
Yes. In fact, they told us they were not going to bring to us until they were convinced there was nothing wrong.
Yeah. All right, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move that we send a full council approval of a full purchase order to First Vehicle Group for $225,000 for vehicle maintenance and repair for the fire department.
second.
Motion a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those wishing to vote in the affirmative, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Trying to make it different.
Aye.
Thank you.
Pass our chaos coordinator today.
What the sign says.
They'll say it's spelled creative.
Yep. You're up next.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, committee members, staff, and guests. We have several people here from our Board of Trustees, former member of Board of Trustees, and the RMIC Foundation. If they need to speak to anything, I'm sure I can answer some questions. So we're part of the capital fund list that we're planning to spend money this fiscal year from the capital funds that are city allocated. And then also there may be some need to carry over some of those funds. So the project likely will not be completed in this fiscal year. So we're just looking really to get a green light to move forward with the spending of those funds and make sure there's not going to be any issues with carryover into fiscal year 24. So just to give some backgrounds, we have several renovations that are coming up in the next year, but also carrying forward into future years. And we've broken those up into different phases. So the first phase is move of the museum store from the back of the museum to the front. Some lobby updates to go along with the move of the store, as well as flooring throughout the public spaces and exterior signage. Next one. Again, just this kind of big picture of this portion. So phase 2 would be once that museum store space is vacated, then we want to build a family discovery center, an interactive gallery, some place that we could have ongoing self-guided projects as well as use for a workshop space. And then the second part is kind of a wish list item, but if I could get funding for it, I would love to also have an outdoor component to it with adding an outdoor science garden. That would also be kind of worked into the planning for the Discovery Center, but that second part's kind of wish list. So then phase 3 on the next slide is we do need to expand our collection storage. And with that, we're also hoping to eventually reopen our 1930s stage that is in our Founders Gallery. It's currently being used for storage. And if we're able to expand our collection storage, then we can also open up that space and use it for community events. So again, those are kind of long-term big picture plans. Next slide. So we have a contract with Hewitt Zollers, and with me today is Jose Zelaya from Hewitt Zollers. And they are doing planning and design through construction administration of those phase 1 renovations. And along with that, we're also doing a facilities master plan because we have so many projects in the mix. We want to make sure that things are, well laid out. There's some continuity between the different planning and phases that we are doing. So we have that contract then for $240,000 that was approved at Finance Committee last August. And next slide. So we have 4 funds that we're drawing from. So this is where some of the confusion comes in. We have 2 state allocated funds, one for $340,000, one for $369,000. And then we also have the 2 projects that were approved for the city, which were the $600,000 towards flooring and $120,000 for signage. So the planning for the flooring and the signage, those planning dollars are coming out of one of our state funds. So I was trying to reserve as much as possible to go towards the implementation of the city funds for the flooring and signage. So therefore was doing the planning through the state allocations, and then the remainder of those state allocations would go towards the move of the museum store. And so I think next slide is Jose. So again, Jose is with us today from Hewitt Zollers, and he's going to talk about kind of the status of this phase 1 renovations in the master plan.
Good afternoon. Some of the things Caroline already mentioned, but we're contracted to do a facilities master plan and the renovations. The idea behind the facilities master plan is to envision the facility in the future and then break it down in tunable pieces that can be constructed in the next few years. So those are the renovations. And we have identified a number of them, but the 3 eminent ones are the flooring replacement and exterior signage, the lobby lounge, gift shop, which is the relocation of the gift shop to the front, and the family discovery gallery on the backside, where currently the gift shop is. It's like that's the location of the first project. It's like, and then this is just a quick floor plan of that area. We're just going to look in the future. Next slide. And then this next 3 images are, what that's going to look like in the future. Again, at this point, these projects, we're planning them at concept level. So the next 2 slides are kind of just a vision of what the lobby is gonna look like and security desk and all that. Next slide. That's the gift shop. Next slide. That's the second project, which is currently is the gift shop that will become the Gallery Discovery Family Discovery Gallery. Next slide. That's a floor plan for it, and the next two slides are just sketches of what that will look like in the future. Next slide. Next. And the third project, which is the one that we're currently, ready to put out, apparently at this meeting, is the flooring. That's the extent of the flooring renovation that we're gonna do, and what you see in the square boxes are the exterior signage. Next slide. That's some samples of the type of signs that we're going that we designed for the facility. Next slide. And this is a preliminary opinion of cost last week. It's very close to reality. It is very conservative. It has all sorts of contingencies, but the cost itself of construction is shy of $600,000. But once we add all the contingencies and general conditions and taxes, and, unforeseen, it comes up to, luckily that bar is covering me, but it's like $800 and something thousand.
883, 483.
So that's our best estimation at this time of that cost. Next slide. And then generally, the group of bars at the top is a master plan. The blue bar at the top will be completing the master plan in mid-June. And you see the hatch bar with the two lines in red going vertically. That's where we are today. And then the three groupings on the right side of items, those are the projects. So for the flooring projects, will be the first one. Today, we are ready to put out to bid, contingent upon the funds are available to get that. Then the other two projects, the gallery, Discovery Gallery, and the gift shop and lobby, those will be, depending on how the funding lays out, we'll prepare those in the next few months for bid. That's where we are today in the process. And that's construction administration for those projects, which currently we don't know where they fall.
I'm trying to understand what we're doing. Yeah, I do have some questions.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman. We're being asked today to approve the capital funding, or is that already in place, Shane?
Mr. Chairman, the funding is already in place.
In place, and did we not already?
It's already in the budget. And again, this ties back to our discussion of the capital project list. The two funding sources that Caroline was referring to were also on the list of the inactive. And that is what is being requested here because they're working on it. And this slide is a good example of a project that it's right at the end of the fiscal year, carrying into new fiscal year. I think that's what they're asking is for that. The green line from the council to say, yes, proceed with finalizing the master plan and going out to bid, which will be April 10th. But the project will probably not get done until next fiscal year, correct?
Yeah, probably like August.
Construction will take about.
So it's a carryover into the next, that's what you're asking us to approve?
Yes.
Because I'm seeing here, and I'm not sure, when I see 883,000, go back to the slide that shows what's available. And are we in excess of that? You've already got, of the 709,000, you've already encumbered 240. Is that not correct?
Correct. So with the contracts.
So the
remainder then is 469,000.
So you got really 369,000 available and 720,000 you're saying is available?
Yes.
We don't know what the sign really is going to cost. We know the flooring is over 600,000.
And the way we're preparing the bid is a series of bid lots. So we'll be able to know on bid day how much we can afford. So we can bid the entire flooring scope, but being able on bid day to select a third or 2/3 or whatever we can afford at that time. So we broke it down in chunks.
So for instance, like our Aston galleries, that's our youngest carpet that we have in the building. A lot of our flooring is like 80, 60, 40, 50 years old. So that one's like around 20 years old. So if we decided, okay, we're just going to leave the Aston galleries for now, at a later date, we will reapproach that one. We're going to take that off and not do it in this particular phase. Also, the foundation, I need to approach them, but they may, be able to pull from some endowment funds that they have to cover a certain portion of it. For instance, redoing the Bassett Auditorium, which is having some flooring issues. So we might be able to draw for some further funds there, but we don't know until the bid goes out what the actual breakdown is going to be. And regardless, I have to bring back those contracts to the council for approval. So before any actual construction begins.
I'd like to hear Councilor Foster, do you not sit on that?
Yes.
If you would share or have comment, please.
Well, I mean, the idea of, look at the flooring of that. There's so many different ages of it, and I understand that. And that's what I was looking at. We were looking at 883, 720, and then we got 100,000 left of the one. I mean, we need it. If we had the money, I'd write a check for it to do all of it right now. It troubles me to already know that when the bids come in, we're not going to have it happens to us enough to get a surprise bid and realize that we didn't fund it right. But we already know now. And so it's scary, but what else do we do? If we don't go forward, we're still going to be sitting here next year needing the same thing done.
I'm not opposed. I just want knowledge and information that you may have that the rest of us aren't aware of. Because I'm seeing you got 600,000 there. We already know it's 800,000.
Yeah.
So we're kidding ourselves.
Right.
And let's stop that. Because then we also know, or our past experience has said 800,000 is going to be $1 million in the way things have occurred in this last year.
Right.
So let's not fool ourselves and sit here and say, do 600,000. I'm not in favor of that. Either you go find out what the real numbers are. I'm not opposed to flooring. What I'm opposed to is not disclosing what the real cost is going to be when we commit to something. We've done that over and over,
right,
and we've got to stop that. I'm not picking on this project. What I'm talking about is the way the city has done business, and we've got to stop doing business that way.
Well, but the unique thing about this building is it's set up in such a way that we have the ability to floor what we can, change and the ages of the different floors, like she said. We have what's the newest floor that we have?
And that's the Aston galleries. So when we did that renovation in 2006, that carpet was changed out.
So, I hate to say it, 17 years is not new, but it's still newer than some of the.
Then we have carpet that's like 25 and 30 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the ability to stage it to where we get rid of the older and then eventually plan on getting all of it the same. I would,
So we've accounted, said we will get the 720.
Yeah.
We got that allotted. What I'd like for you to come back and tell us is how's the 720 really going to be spent? We can't do 800. I'm just telling you right now that we cannot do the 800,000 flooring and another 120,000 for a sign. I just feel that that's not going to be there. And so what do we get for $600,000? That's what I feel we need to look at and that's being honest with all of us. And not you having to come back and go, well, guess what? It's 900. We're already in and we need a change order for $300,000. That would be unfair to anyone. And so I think what you're saying, you can do it by sections. You rank those as a priority, which ones need to be done. And how do you get to the $600,000? And maybe somebody's going to endow us for something. Who knows where that money's going to come from? Cindy?
Well, I was just going to say, in all due respect, the museum is unique in that it is also supported by the foundation.
Yeah.
Although we are a very small percentage of that, it's always a joy for our supporters to partner with the city when there are shortfalls. So that's not something that's out of the question. It's not something I can make a decision on, but my board can.
Right.
And, we generally, when I say we're a small percentage, our annual budget is generally just a little over $100,000. But back in 2018, when we did the renovation to the planetarium, that was over 300,000.
Right.
So it's not out of the question that we could step in with the shortfalls. But it would have to be.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
No, you're not. And I wanted to speak up.
Yeah.
I was just waiting for the opportunity.
Well, thank you, Mr.
It appears to me that if you just look at the new flooring type, which is the second grouping there, and I don't know how this fits into the program. I mean, what you're trying to do, that burns most of that 600,000 in all of it right there. Just those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items. And not count about the demolition and disposal for the vinyl base for the carpet floor, or the vinyl base for the wood floor, or any of those other things that are listed, or handrail for renovation of the Bassett Auditorium.
Can I add something?
If you look right here, you've got tremendous costs in here, contingency, but you've got to put those in. You can't.
I understand, but I just add that column right there and you.
420.
Yeah, well, no, that was just these 2 items.
Yeah.
And then I just started running it in my head without getting my calculator out or taking my shoes off.
You'll get the right number.
So we're also looking to install really resilient flooring. So right now we have a whole combination of vinyl tiles and carpet. The carpet wears out for sure. But we're looking for things that are going to be resilient, long lasting, lower maintenance costs, better air quality, and also have some continuity aesthetics too. So I feel the investment you can add to this too, but the investment is going to be higher now, but the maintenance and the long-term replacement costs are going to be much less because it's going to last for a very long time.
And I looked at additional floor support, just an estimate of 15%. So the 16 is reflective of that 15%.
You got to add it. Oh, you're saying right there?
Yeah.
Your question is?
Is this 16, that 15% money? Or, explain those 2 figures to me real quick.
We're estimating that 15% of that floor may need additional.
We have some floors that are bouncy.
Okay, all right, okay. That makes sense too.
That's an assumption.
Do floor support.
But I was trying to take this, put it in this column, but it wasn't gonna work.
Yeah.
All right. Say something else, Counselor. The reason this project has taken so long is Caroline has taken it into a master plan. Because, that museum a lot of it was built by community support. So that gallery was added, and that gallery was added, and that gallery was added. And ideally, we would want to replace everything, have a full master plan. So 2 years from now, we're not ripping up a floor you just put in. We want to avoid that. And that's why it's taken longer. And we've done, we're working on the master plan. And as we do that, the costs just continue to increase. It's heartbreaking, but that's what's happening.
Well,
so is part of what you're saying is maybe we should wait for this master plan to be all completed
No, I think the status of the master plan is good. I think they've got that completed, and I think it's okay to identify just particular galleries, and go ahead and do those floorings. Knowing and avoiding the galleries where change need to be. So maybe you don't do the flooring, you can make the museum store. So you want to put the flooring that works for a museum store in that front gallery. And then where the museum store was, maybe you don't replace that flooring now.
Right, those are areas we're not
Maybe
touching.
you do the flooring in the asphalt.
Gotcha.
So, knowing that you're doing previous renovations, you make your decisions on what galleries, and I think they have that information right now.
The major pieces of the master plan have been decided. And now we made small decisions like where the flooring replacement will take place.
And we're just being asked for them to continue to move forward. Even start working on an RFP to bring to us, right?
And
Right. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
so what we would do is he's going to put together the specs for an ITB and we can put it like in a group. So this is what our main priority is. And then we'll do add-ons. So it'll be an additional cost for the other parts of the project. And then from there, when we get our bids and we get actual numbers that tell us what we're spending, we can decide if we want to move forward with those add-ons right now or if we want to push these back to a later date.
So they're just asking permission to go forward.
Right.
And then we'll look at the numbers and then actually start spending the money.
Right.
My question
Right.
got ahead of where we're at.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but trying to be, folks, be prepared.
Yeah, I understand.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
I just had a question on the signage on page 93. I can see number 1 where you have to put it. Can you tell me where number 2 and number 3 are consideration?
Number 3 was an option. So number 2 goes in the corner of Main and the street.
Right, so Main and 11th Street. So as you're driving south, you would see it there, and that's the most visible spot on the building.
That's number 2.
Number 1,
Yeah, I can see
Yes.
number 1. That one
It
makes
is.
sense.
a version of number 2 would be put outside the planetarium as well as on the south side of the bridge towards the parking lot.
Okay, so 2 different.
So it'll be a variation of that on both sides.
I thought number 2 was going to Frisco Station. You know where that's at, Mr. Councilman.
I actually just ate at Babe's Chicken Dinner at Frisco Station.
Where was that?
I know. Exactly where it is. You've never been to Babe's Chicken.
Looks like they're the
A little different.
Yeah, just a little different. All right. Anybody else got anything else? Okay, what's your pleasure?
I was 4 minutes late, but are the materials for the floor, if this is approved right now, will it be enough to do the long-term project? Are we going to run into the problem of, oh, they don't make that tile anymore?
That's why we're going with resilient materials that are not depending on a product like carpet or tile. We're using epoxy, terrazzo, and wood. So they're expensive, but 10 years from now, you can get exactly the same mix.
Okay.
What's your pleasure?
I'm still not sure what our motion. Because are we sending, this isn't going.
I think you need to,
What, the way this is written is you're approving all of this.
yeah, but we don't want to do that. 'Cause all we
Is that how, my interpretation is it said, move forward with the repairs and replacement. And what I'm hearing is something different than that.
Mr. Chairman, if
Is that what your interpretation?
clarification, if you're just coming to see if this committee is comfortable with y'all moving forward with the RFP, then I think just through consensus, we just say, yeah, we're comfortable with, going through an RFP because it's going to, but if you're wanting us to go ahead and pre-approve, that's going to be a different discussion.
Again, Mr. Chair, if I can, councilors, you can go either way. But at the end of the day, the $720,000,
There.
because it's going to go into bid, we're already there. Everything gets approved in May. It's in that window where if the council, even the committee says, we're not going to act on it, but proceed, that gives finance also the green light to include that number in the preliminary budget.
Yeah.
That's all we're trying to do, right?
In the 74.
You'll make the motion.
Right now it's.
Go that way. Okay.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
We don't need anything.
Because it had no purchase order pulled, so we pulled those off. It's on the inactive.
That's right.
So Mr. Chairman, I think that staff, just by hearing us, I don't think they've heard any of us on this committee say we're against this project, that we're against the funding that we see here moving forward with this. I think that through a consensus, we can move to the next item.
Okay.
So does that go then on the city council agenda next week?
No.
Okay. So
Just move forward.
RFPs.
All we're doing is confirming it moving into the next.
It's going to make it a little easier on you. Yeah.
We'll see you again.
Yes.
That's what that means.
Thank you very much.
It's going to be this long.
All right, so we passed on the list two. No, well, we passed on two. Okay. Rehab project, Mr. Mayhar.
How are you, Councilman Chairman? Got before you the Atkinson Award. Structured $3,235,936.08. If you read the abstract, there's a shortfall of $646,936.08. We broke down the bid, and basically this project is 50% water, 50% roadway. In the packet, you can see where I found the bulk of the money from leftover POs to cover the roadway part. I believe Science has been doing the same on the utility part. Infrastructure has reviewed this already and it has sent it to council recommending approval. I have it here for a couple of reasons, because of the money. And then I will not be at council next week.
Oh, then we can vote against you over there.
It's your privilege. I'll have 4 items there. I will not be there. Again, the main reason, the overrun, the bidding market has changed with roadway utilities. We've lost one of our local contractors. So if you look at constructors, they're not utility people, so they sub it out. If you look at Adame, they're not roadway people, so they sub it out. My estimate was based months ago on contractors. They could do it both in more competitive markets. And I stand for any question.
I think this is the beginning of a new era.
Yep.
Kind of like back in the days when we only had Armstrong.
Yeah.
Okay,
But I'm here to answer any questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Make sure on our road projects that the pavement across each lane goes, it's level all the way across.
Yes, sir. I've already talked to the operator, make sure.
Just down the road looks like a tack.
Oh, yeah, they didn't rake it, doesn't look as pretty.
Okay,
Question.
yes, sir.
So, Mr. Nahar,
Yes, sir.
so you're saying that all yours would be is a budget adjustment? You're not asking for additional funds?
I don't know how.
You're saying that you have the money and the budget already?
The money's left over my 7504 account.
Yeah.
So is that just a budget adjustment?
No, he can move it wherever he wants, wherever he needs that money.
You see where on our mill and field, we came in a little under in a couple projects.
Right. And that's, I saw that where you did that calculation, which is great. But
So
but he's got, in theory, you've got your 323,000. So you're not asking for 323,000.
Money, but I mean, anything over.
but he might,
But he's got to maybe have to ask for some money, because what this is telling me is that you're wanting us to approve 646,000, am I not?
So I'm in the council.
Yeah. Are you asking council to approve 646,000?
The award the project.
The chair from the water.
We're requesting the award.
Yeah.
The budget is there. We'll make the budget work. We're just requesting the award.
On your side,
Yeah, on my side.
we need to listen to the water.
Okay, so on my side, like I was telling you yesterday during our budget discussions, we do have about $500,000 left over on the tank project that's gonna come back into the fund. We could pull it out of that, and also on the 14-inch water line, we had about 100,000 left over on that. So we do have funding coming back if we wanted to use it that way. That just, and I think we should. I mean, that's.
yeah, so he's just asking for the award of the,
So I think we could pull it out of that 500,000 and fund that 324 out of our side.
which would take a budget adjustment for you. You would have to lower that PO.
Yes.
Because it's tied right
Yeah,
now.
like we were talking about yesterday.
Okay, so
I mean, the highway department's given us $2.5 million, which is a big assistance.
is Atkinson's a truck bypass,
That's correct.
and the state participates because it's a bypass, or they own part of the road?
Oh, that was one of my projects that I applied for 2 years ago. And we were successful, and we got it.
Okay, and the county shares nothing with
This
Atkinson?
is all part of the TPF call for projects.
Okay. Got it. Because we got some roads that all three entities have a role to play. And
Well,
some
technically,
two, but,
we do.
okay, all right.
So this committee doesn't really have to do anything because infrastructure is already set. But I mean, now you guys know where the money's coming from. And again, I won't be there next Thursday. So hopefully this helps you vote on it at least 6 to 4.
And something else, just to add real quick, we did spend over $1 million just on the last phase, just on utility work.
Yeah.
So this is very inexpensive. This is very inexpensive for what we're getting for replacement of those water lines.
No. So you run a new line, are you not?
Yes.
So basically, he's getting the new water line for 300,000.
So we spent over $1 million on
We
that
take you to lunch.
phase, and this is kind of identical to that. So we're getting it pretty.
He's the one that needs to buy lunch.
I'll take it.
Well, that's why I asked Lewis, did he take you to lunch? Because
He still owes us for
Any other questions? Everybody got it?
Well, my question is, and I know we asked for this from the state for 2.5, or we got 2.5. And I know the state's not really big on us going back and asking for more, but one of the things that we need to probably start doing, knowing that our costs are going up,
Yeah, the engineer, that's what the cost will go up.
is start realizing, because, yeah, if we're $500,000 off from, in our estimate, and also just start, I don't like saying padding, but when we know that everything's going up, you pretty much have to start.
No, all the engineers' estimates will be going up to this economic factor.
So.
Counselor, you have a question? Comment?
Mr. Leonard,
Yes,
this
sir.
project, is it going from Cherry all the way to College or how far?
It's gonna go from Cherry through College.
Through College?
Yeah, College is a concrete intersection, but we will be routing the tracks and sealing them with epoxy. And I don't know if you've ever noticed a turning lane going from College south. It's got some busted concrete. There's a water repair. We're gonna rebuild that turning lane as well.
And once this project is completed, Atkinson all the way through is going to be.
Once this project is completed, thank you, Counselor. this corridor on Atkinson from Gaffey to where dead end of Terra Berinda will be complete.
That's awesome.
And some sort of pavement made into it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
I don't know why you would care.
It's just in my neighborhood.
I know she cared, but I don't know about you.
Only one section of it looks bad.
I know.
Not bad, it's only pretty.
Well, they're right for us too, I tell you. I've been down, I was down it today, matter of fact. Any other questions or comments? What's your pleasure?
No pleasure needed, Mr. Chairman.
You don't do anything.
Okay, it's informational only?
The way it turns out, yes.
It'll be going to council, but it's.
Okay,
Infrastructure's already sent it to council.
all right. Good. So. East Alameda.
He's telling me the 36 water line, we're back on that broken 36-inch concrete cylinder water line. I did meet with the contractor Smithco this morning on site. They're going to start work on Monday. This is kind of informational only, really. I mean, it's as an action item, but I did find the money within the water administration budget, so it won't require any type of budget adjustment. Came in at 53,000 and change for the repair of that. And that's including the GRT. I just want to keep you guys informed of what's getting spent out of the fund. That's all this is.
Okay, information. Go ahead.
Well, I just got to commend Mr. Nahar and you, Lorenzo, that saving money and getting these things done is putting us on your budget. Great job.
Indeed.
No, not foolish.
You know, you heard me, or yeah, maybe you haven't heard me say, do a lot of formal engineering.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, you guys need to work as close as you can together, because when you're doing work, the uncovered work that needs to get in there and do. And I think that association is pretty strong, so.
It is. Public work, we do work together.
Okay. Anything else, anybody? All right, moving on.
Well, so I hope you're going to go do something enjoyable while you're time off.
It's not time off, I'll be at the engineering conference.
Oh,
Then hopefully I'll find a number two or replacement, either one.
I hope they're doing it in a nice city that you've always wanted to go to. Where are they doing the conference at?
Cruises.
Maybe you were talking about.
No. Also the other thing about this conference is New Mexico DOT. And that helps me get a lot of this money we just talked about.
Yeah.
You got a lot of.
Keep my networking up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna keep your hobnobbing up. That's what you're doing.
Well, enjoy.
Thank you.
Okay. And back to you now, or do I get to jump to Janie?
No.
Okay.
So this is like some of the other things Jamie and I have done together. If it's a good idea, it was mine. If you guys don't like it, it's hers. Some of the problems that we've been having with the water accounts is when somebody comes in and applies for water, they are not giving us valid information. Janie was saying that we even had a dog apply for water at one point in time. I wish I could figure out how to get mine social security numbers. What we're trying to do with the credit check service is it's like when you go over to apply at the gas company, they run a soft credit check. They verify the information, find out where you're at, if you're a good risk or a bad risk. And then we would work with Hess on how to set the deposits accordingly. One thing that we want to make sure as we do this, and it'll have to be written into our policy, is that there is a difference between no credit and bad credit. No credit is not a bad thing. If, you've got a brand new family that started in that, we need to help them with that. No credit or no bad credit is a bad thing. And that we need to work with that those are the problems that we have. We've got some people out there that they've applied. You know, the husband's applied, then the wife applied, then the children have applied. And now they're into us for $10,000 and nobody wants to pay it. So this will help us figure out that we're doing a good with the credit assessment. We know where to set their deposit. We can verify the identification of the customers. That'll help prevent the identity theft. Because I believe we've had a couple down there that they've applied under a false name. We've had that issue. And it'll also assist us with the red flag compliance under the Fair and Accurate Credit Transaction Act of 2003 as amended. This is not a budgeted item, so we would have to work that out. Janie would have to
Find it in water's funding. What?
Oh, you said you're.
Tell me that part.
But I think in the long run, it's gonna pay for itself. Because we're not gonna have the problems that we're having now. We're spending an awful lot of time trying to find people that have given us false information. In the last 2 weeks, we have pulled meters on 3 people that have had accounts for a number of years that have been dead for a number of years. So we need to fix that. Kind of hard to cite them into court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Not debating on this, but how will this solve those that have been dead for 2 or 3 years?
We can actually go through and run the information that we have on our customers that we're having problems with now and find out if it's really them.
So a question that I would have, let's just assume, this is sort of like, I don't know what the cost would be. Is there the ability to assess a fee? No, but I'm saying, but is there the possibility, new people coming in, for instance, part of water connection, you talked about a deposit, but part of the connection fee, is there the way to absorb some of this into that as well?
And that's something that when we were talking about rates.
Again, I go back to I don't mind paying at all what it takes for me to get the water. I don't want to be paying for somebody else, you know.
And that was part of our discussion earlier with the individual fees. That would be one that we would come back in as we're doing this ordinance.
I think that's a great idea. I just think that needs to be considered as a building.
And we can definitely make that happen.
I mean, I can foresee get something like this in place, and I don't know, I'm just going to use a figure of if you've got 500 customers that you're really, you know, trying to figure out about, you're going to see a big cost up front but as we move through this, it's going to level off and you're going to be dealing more with a new customer base.
It's amazing how many customers that Chantel has been citing into court that we get the paperwork back that it's not a valid social security number, not a valid date of birth. That name really isn't anywhere out there.
Why don't we just let the DMV handle whether or not they turn on the water or not? They'll get the information.
We'd have a lot more time. 180 days to get your water turned on.
Everything 100% correct.
So this is the way that we're proposing to fix this one.
Well, okay, so this is,
No, this is request to send that RFP and scope of work on to council for approval.
I have some doubts only because who would be privy to this information?
The people in the office over there.
Really? So that's my next question is we've already seen how people in that next office has used it in sketchy ways and for political ways. So
will the information be input? Is that what you're at?
Well,
yeah,
well, or
it's public record.
Well,
Not this, but-
let me address you. You let me give you some, because we have to operate under some of this in the automobile industry.
Well,
We all red flag. What you're talking about here is you're pulling a red flag, saying that make sure that when you come in, that you are who you say you are.
I understand.
And they run that against that. And that's all this is, I believe this is just doing is verifying that you are who you are. And if we've got pertinent personal information, let's say they have a copy of your driver's license over there. Number one, it can't be a color copy. It's got to be black and white copy. And those got to be held under secure.
Well,
so that they can't be gotten to. That's, I think all this is doing here is just saying, we're going to go and use a service to make sure that Barry Foster is Barry Foster when he shows up over there. That's all this is doing. Has nothing to do with, and I think you just get a standard report comes back from the company and it will clear the red flags is what it does. And the red flags are just proving who you say you are.
But I have serious doubts of what's going to get pulled and who's going to pull it. We've already had things where personnel investigations have been released to people that it should not be released to. So how are we going to, I mean, we have credit checks. How are we going to know that it's not going to be pulled and later come out somewhere else? That's my problem. I have a severe trust issue with our some of our finance departments and in areas of things being pulled up and then being used later and sent out to other individuals to have it come back to us. So how do we know that credit report, someone's credit report, your credit report's not going to be released to?
That's a violation of federal law.
Well, some of the stuff that we've already had violation of state law from with some of our personnel. And that's going to come out later on. But so just because it's a violation of federal law doesn't mean some of our personnel won't do it.
Well, then that's on them. Well, all this is trying to do here, Counselor, is make sure that we're getting valid people to, this is to prove the validity of a person walking in the door and not using someone else's identity to open up an account. That's all this is doing.
Well, but I think it's also a credit. It's going to tell you whether you have no credit or.
Right, it's going to give you a soft pull.
Yeah.
It's going to give you a soft pull.
Yes.
It's not going to give you a hard pull. And soft pulls, just so everybody knows, soft pulls do not count against your credit score.
Right.
They do not. So a hard pull will.
Right.
And so, I don't know whether they're just going to give you that soft pull online or you're going to get a document.
It's online.
It's online, so there will not be a physical document.
Correct.
It's just going to be soft pull. Here it is online. Bingo. And somebody's going to have to go through the process. So I don't know.
Well,
it sounds like the credit reports are not going to be in our physical possession. What it sounds like to me. So all this is accounting.
Yeah. So it's saying something on a recording that I probably shouldn't. The trick with it is to simply not keep the record.
Destroy it.
And so in this situation now, by law, we have to keep certain records, and if those are public records, they must be released. But we shouldn't be in the habit of keeping records like this, which we are under no legal obligation to keep. So if there was some type of record, I think the records retention process should say immediate deletion or destruction upon determination of what they charge.
When I talked to them over at the gas company, they are not able, when they pull it up, they are not able to screenshot it. They're not able to print it. It gives them the information and then it's gone. Because they had the same questions and issues.
My question would be, we're not reinventing the wheel with this. There are other utility companies.
Excel does.
Well, but let's look at more of a governmental Excel and, is not, I don't know how you enter and get anything from Excel, but do we know of other,
When I asked at our last meeting,
TRC has electric, some of these other places, do we know of other places that their water or electric, whatever they're offering, that they are utilizing this?
when I talked to some of the other communities at our last conference, it's kind of a hit and miss.
As some folks are.
Some folks do, some folks don't. Usually the ones that do are having the same problems that we're having. That we're not getting valid information.
And it has been beneficial to them.
Because if the information they give us doesn't come back, then you have to go through a process to fix that.
What's our current deposit if someone walks into?
$100. And I think the policy, if you can call it a policy down there, says 2 months worth of bills. So it's not been increased, but it gives the amount of 100 on. So that's what they charge. I don't think 100 is enough. I think that needs to be looked at when we look at all of the other fees.
This may handle a lot of this as if, and I'm just asking, I'm not an attorney, is it possible for those in finance, those in the water department who would be dealing with this to sign a blanket non-disclosure, just saying that these particular, when we're dealing with these particular things, you're signing a non-disclosure that would further protect us?
Yeah, so for us, yeah.
So that may help to.
Yeah.
It may, but we have, like I said, we've already had people break, violations of laws that will be coming back later on to us. But and that's when you start looking at it, we will weaponize some of this to be political. And so when you start looking at, and then when you said current, so if they're current customers and they're current, why would we pull it?
No, this is just
new
for,
customers only.
yeah, that's
But if
just
we have
What it says here.
If we have somebody that's already behind and we can't get information, this would be a way, because we have, I don't know how many customers that we have that don't have valid information.
Well, see, that's one of my things, and if they're how far behind? Well, we shut them off in 3 months, right?
Yes. But that's all we can do.
And how do we have 9,000?
They're trying to collect a debt on somebody that you can't prove owes the debt.
Right.
I ran into some situations back when I was a judge where I had mom and dad's house. And mom passed away or dad passed away.
Left it in their name.
And it
Never changed it.
And then the other party lived for 5 years more and then they pass away and the kids all get together and say, let's rent mom and dad's house. So they rent the house. They don't ever come down and change the water, the electric, they don't change anything.
It's behind and nobody wants to pay it because mom and dad are dead.
It's worse than that because they don't go through the proper procedures. They're standing there trying to get somebody evicted or pay their rent, their arrears rent.
You can't prove they owe it.
And they can't, they don't have standing to be there because it's not their property, nor do they have any contract signed that they can manage the property.
And we have quite a bit of that where parents die and it stays in their name. Then even at the county assessors, the titles haven't been changed and it's been
Everybody
a mess.
pays property tax bill and, it just goes on, Well, Charlie, you take care of these bills, George, you make sure these get billed.
And we have come in with more females because they'll come in and use a married name or use their maiden name or use their first and middle and last name. And every way that you put that in the system, it's not going to flag that there's other people in there with that. So you can have the same person have 4 different accounts because they've circumvented having to pay the prior one because they came in and used a different name.
I think this is something that we need to put in, but it's to stop people from doing that. So we verify who they are. Because guess what? Was there $800,000 sitting out there right now that we can't collect?
Oh, at least.
Well, it's 846,000. It's an average of $86 per account.
Sitting out there that we can't collect right now.
It's not that we can't collect, it's just delinquent. So this is.
No, it's, that's stuff that we can't collect. We have no process to be able to collect that money.
It's delinquent. They just can't collect it.
That's a renter that came in
And
and
that's after we've adjusted all of them a year ago,
Yes.
not even a year ago.
Already up to almost $1 million.
Yeah,
they'll come in, they'll stay for 3 months and then they
that you'd
walk
love to
away.
have, wouldn't you?
We could use it to
Definitely.
buy water mains or valves or pipe or whatever. Okay, we're through discussing this. I think everybody understands what we're gonna do. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recommend for approval of the RFP, scope of work for credit check services to the full council for approval.
Second.
Got a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
3-1, passes. Debt collection.
Next one is for the back end of this is debt collection for the money that we have no process to collect right now. Basically, it's money sitting out there, and if they walk away from us now, there's nothing we can do about it. We have no process in place to collect that money. One question that I have for you guys is on page 2 of 9, under general information. The city requirement for collection services will cover virtually all non-liened delinquent accounts. Would you?
We're at again, please pay,
We don't have,
Page 116, 116.
Oh, sorry.
2 of 9.
It's the second page after the title.
we're at on it.
A, general information, halfway through the paragraph.
Okay.
The city requirement for collection services will cover virtually all non-liened delinquent accounts for services rendered by the city. Do we want to, if it is a property owner that has incurred the debt, do we want to go through a collection agency to collect that, or do we want to go through a lien process?
Well, depends on if you want the money or not.
Well, the lien process here is nothing because they just can ignore it.
Well, exactly, and I'm gonna hold on to the property for 20 years.
Right. And I think it's after 5 years.
Yeah.
4 or 5.
Yeah.
You got to renew the lien. You got to renew it, do you not?
You can't renew them.
Yeah.
You can't renew them in this state?
It's done.
Yeah, I suppose that we couldn't.
I thought you could renew them
Every 3 years, I think, isn't it?
They used to be more than 7.
Most people,
Yeah.
what happens
It
is
is 170.
Renew.
most people don't remember what they were doing last week, like last 3 or 4 years ago. Oh, I need to go renew my lien on Cheney, and it just falls off. And that's the reason why.
Well, we sign them all the time to release the liens because we can't place the lien back on. She brings me over once a
No,
week.
where'd the house go?
I think you renew those liens.
No, I used to have people take one of my liens out of my and take it to the district court.
Right.
And just the district judge took one look at it and approved it.
The other option is to try and use the collection service first. And if that doesn't work and it's the property owner that has the debt, then we could put a lien on it.
Well, that's a problem because what you're doing is you're extending the time because any collection company you've got has set number of months, weeks, years, whatever the deal is to collect it. So if they own a debt out here and you contract me and I got 3 years to try to collect that debt before you can, then I hand it back to you and say, good luck, Charlie.
Well, but then they don't get paid because most collection companies.
Goes on a percentage of
Yes.
collection.
So it motivates them to get you.
Oh, they're aggressive. Illegally aggressive.
We used them at Artesia General, and they did well.
We don't worry about the method, we just worry about how much money they collect.
Well, then I'll go out and collect it.
I will just tell you.
I don't want to be
prepared
called in
get
the middle of
calls.
the night and come bail you out of jail. Speed on somebody.
Yeah, your parks director is going to be my first fun to visit.
Oh, can I sell tickets?
Cemetery too, so come on.
And the other way that we can write it is we can have it in there that says either or. So then it's kind of, it would be, Janie's department responsibility to decide what they want.
Well, and the good part about the debt collection is because there's so many out there that don't own the property. So even if you put a lien or try to put a lien on it, if they're not the one that owns it, then you don't really have any leg to stand on.
That's the deal. We've got a higher percentage of rental properties. And so about, Counselor,
Yes.
question is this. I've got a lien against you and it's good for a specific amount of time, I believe 4 years. Can I, at the end of 4 years, come in and?
You can force an auction of the property if it's no property.
Or can you just renew the lien though? And
Can you renew it?
another 4 years?
Yeah, you can, but
Why would you keep, I know, but if it's,
if you want to actually collect it, the auction's really, we have liens on all sorts of stuff that hundreds.
It just seems like we never collect on it.
Yeah, we don't because the policy decision hasn't been made to just force the auction. And I mean, there's good reasons not, it's hard to find. But having a 20-year lien is not collecting.
Our discussion is whether or not to lien or to have it go to debt collection first.
So I've got that conclusion. I mean, that's as long as we're getting, because think, 6% inflation over 4 years, if we can get 50%, we're already winning.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
It's his opinion.
I'll meet.
Scholarly.
We'll have to
Yeah.
haggle that part.
Yeah.
Well, yes, Mr. Chairman, I've got a question. I'm just kind of curious, 850,000. And I'm sure there's lots of bankruptcies in a year in Boswell, say, I'm guessing, or an example, 200 homes. And if you had 200 homes and each one owned 100 whenever they went bankrupt, does the city eat that? Or does, when the house is resold after bankruptcy, is the owner stuck with it? Or what happens to the 200?
It's a dischargeable debt under bankruptcy. So if there's sufficient revenue from the sale of the assets, then it's the city has to say, hold their hand up when they get to the bankruptcy judge, say, here, they owe us $8,000. And the way I understand it, never did any bankruptcy law, is then those that stand up with their hand up saying, well, he owes this much, and here's the proof that he owes me this much. And of course, all interest additions stop. And then they take the proceeds of the liquidation and then divide it amongst those people that held their hand up at the appropriate time.
Not seen any bankruptcy papers, have not ever come to me.
No, the city, for the amount of money we're talking about, it isn't worth showing up. It's not worth The time it's going to take him to file the paperwork, federal bankruptcy judge in Albuquerque.
Okay. So we have one that's bordering on it right now that's probably into us $30,000.
Ooh,
Wow, well, that's almost.
that's a different story.
Yeah, but majority of these are small amounts.
Yeah.
$100,000, right?
Well, that's what was saying, 9,840 divided into the 846, we're looking at $86 per account.
Yeah.
Now, that's what my question is, those delinquent status, do we have 26,000 or 27,000 actual total customers? Or are these non-customers anymore?
They could be non-customers.
Well,
They
they could be, but are they? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Are they still
They
drawing?
could be current customers.
Okay, so that's my next problem is this is great to look at $846,000, but is this one that they're a month behind? If that was divided up between all of those, they're 1 month behind.
They're good, well, okay, given that math, yes, but they're already 2 months behind before they get the letter, right? And then, so it's the third month, you're in the third month before they actually come out, turn off the deal or pull the meter or whatever.
But that's my problem with this number is I'm not being, if I look at this and if I'm going by the way it's been put, then what, we could have these 9,840 of them being 1 month behind. And now we're saying, oh, we have a big problem. Well, yeah, they turn around and they're going to pay it next month, pay both of them next month or whatever.
So your question, I think you're getting to is of the 846, 828, how many of them are 30 days, 60 days, 90 days?
Well, and I didn't provide that information because I agree. The 846 doesn't look wrong to me. The 9,840 delinquent accounts look wrong to me. I don't think there's that many accounts that are delinquent. I didn't pull the numbers.
But the other thing is you have the accounts from, I think he went back to when we started with Tyler.
And I would too.
And there's a whole bunch of those back there that the people just walked away. And they're not current accounts.
So we adjusted all of those off with the ARPA money in January. So those accounts don't exist. So you have to pull active accounts because I can't make those go away, although they don't have a balance now because we've adjusted those off. It might look based on how you pull the report different because they're so old that we posted a payment to it from the ARPA funds in a current, we did that this fiscal year. So yeah, I don't think the 846,000 is probably close. The 9,800 accounts, I don't think is accurate.
And so I appreciate it. And I know we need to figure out a debt collection. But what I'm saying is I don't like shock value when I look up there, I don't trust these numbers I'm seeing.
One, I did not.
Right.
I did not put that up there for shock value. And I don't like that.
Well,
accusation.
9,840. So we're saying over half of our accounts are delinquent.
On the day that was pulled, there was that many accounts delinquent. Whether they're 30 days, 60 days.
30 days, 6 months.
And that's exactly what it says. 9,840 accounts in a delinquent status.
Okay.
So that's what's reported. That's what was reported to me. I did not do that for shock value.
Like I'm saying, I want to know how many of those are 30 days, 60 days, 90 days.
I can pull you over.
Because that's what I'm saying. As I did that, that's $86 per account. And now we're saying we have a crisis. Well, I know you've already said we have some that are close to 20,000, which shocks me because how much of them, is that in a business account that you're talking about? Because I know all the residentials we started over at
January 1st, but there's. a bunch
January
of
1st of 22 or 20 or 23.
No,
23,
22.
when we approved for
Yeah,
starting over was January of 22.
well, because where are we at? We're in April.
I'm trying to figure it out too. Oh, it was pretty good.
Shut-offs last September.
Right.
And we did the thing the December before that, so it would have been 21.
No, we went 9 months, so we agreed to do all of this in like
think it's 22.
December, January of 22. December of 21, January of 22, but we didn't actually implement starting to charge customers again until September of 22.
Right.
So they were 9 months behind again. We started them in the hole again because we only adjusted off till January.
Till that January.
Remember, what we did was we made the delinquent accounts whole.
Mhm.
We didn't zero them out. We took money that the federal government, bless them, gave us to use in this manner, and that's what we did. We just moved that.
But Mr. Chairman, we made them whole up to January.
I understand, but this number, we don't have Uncle Sam.
Residential. Well, that's my question. It wasn't.
Wipe out the commercial.
We didn't wipe out the commercial. And so that's the other part. How much of that 846,000 is commercial accounts?
And I can do that.
And because you said 20,000, that has to be a commercial account,
Okay.
I would think.
Very well could be.
Yes, that one is a commercial account.
Okay.
The $30,000 one.
$30,000.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I'm looking at. Because when I look at this, yeah, it's shock value. But I also would, when I look at the numbers and look at $86 an account, then I'm going, wait a second.
Well, I won't even pay my water bill for 1 month.
That's, yeah.
What it comes down to though is we have accounts that we have no process to collect on.
Okay.
There is no process in place to collect the money on these people that were rentals and just decided to walk away.
So
Once that happens, we're just out that money. And that's what this process would help us fix.
This process won't happen until somebody's actually shut down, completely turned off, and they're really delinquent later on. It won't be just because you're backed up 1 month, 2 months.
Those people will get shut off.
I think we can all agree that there are some delinquent accounts out there. Anybody disagree with that?
There's $846,000 worth of delinquency.
That's the question.
I
And
don't care whether it's one account or 10,000 accounts. That's what the city has got it in uncollectible funds.
Well,
In January.
It's January.
yes, sir.
I'd just say, if through what we just are sending to council just a moment ago, and this right here, if we are able to get ourselves on a steady, consistent change, this very well may change the philosophy in people's minds, and we really won't be having to deal with this as much because they'll know.
Well, and then we educated them during COVID,
Well,
didn't cut anybody off, and then we zeroed their account, and for 9 more months or whatever the number was, we didn't go hang any letters on their door.
but this will be education they'll feel. This will be education they will feel. They will know.
And we can make sure that we'll polish those numbers before council.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, you and I both recognize there's going to be some that no matter if it's turned over to collections or whatever, they're not going to pay.
well,
But I think that we will collect a significant amount. And like was said, I don't know who said it earlier, but we can get more water pipe in the ground, or we can,
well, anybody
probably.
that runs an accounts receivable, that's what this is, accounts receivable. You've got to discount that. I don't know what the rate is today, but I used to use 15% as uncollectible. Whenever you post your books at the end of the month and send the bills out, the best you're going to do is 85%.
I think one of the biggest issue we have is public's perception that their taxes pay for their water.
Oh,
And it has nothing to do with that. We're an enterprise fund. We are a publicly owned utility. Only funding that we have that comes and gives us the revenue to improve the infrastructure, put those new pipes in the ground, put the new Purdy water towers up. That is all generated through the water bills. And people think their taxes pay it, but that's just a misconception on their part. And I mean, maybe we need to get more education going out to let them know.
Sound like
that that's
another
what-
insert.
Put another insert, and that way they realize that that's how we generate our revenue in order to continue our improvements to the
Well,
system.
I think it's a basic human right. I can't tell you how often I hear that.
Yeah.
Water's.
I'm entitled to water.
Yep. And we agree with them. What they're paying for, though, is the delivery of that water to their doorstep.
I'd also appreciate the water system working when the fire trucks roll up to their house.
We appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, you guys can go watch it burn down.
Prefer not to.
Yeah.
You guys, we prefer not to.
I know what the company story is.
Firemen have to have heroes too, so that's why they have the water department.
I see.
Oh,
All right. So what do
We need water.
we address, and we need to go back, one of our listeners online asking some questions. This is, yeah, light. I can't see it.
start
Light.
at the top of it.
Yeah.
Top of it, I believe.
Are we?
Fire was in the last topic.
Well, that's all right. We can go back and make sure that we answered all of our questions, because some of that stuff we, I think, took care of. So this, what is it, light bolt, light hole?
Light Hall.
Light hall? Sound like the mayor, I can't see that far. Are you still with us? If you are, how many of those questions did we leave unanswered?
Let me see if she is still.
Trying to be
Unmute.
There it is at the top.
transparent.
Oh, she
I am
says-
good.
I like that. I'm good.
Yeah, she says she's good.
Good?
Yep.
All right, thank you. I didn't want you to think that everybody was ignoring you. Oh, all right, here we go. So what do we want to do with this item? I think we ought to go to debt collection. If we collect it, good, that's good for us. If it doesn't get collected, we're not in any worse shape. We won't pay anything unless they collect something.
Yep.
Counselors, what's your?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion for us to consider recommending approval of an RFP scope of services for debt collection services to be sent to the full city council.
Got a motion, a second. Any further discussion?
I have something.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there going to be some changes in the scope of work? Do we need to do that as an amended or somehow, or?
Actually, the way it's written now is the way it will go through.
Oh, okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Sure. Question asked and answered. All right. Any other, all those that desire not to see this go forward, signify by saying aye. Hearing nothing. Motion passes 4-0.
Shall we go get pizza?
No, we're about to get here. We're going to lose one of our committee
I got a commitment to 5:45.
So we're going to press on to see if we can get done there. Okay, active stores,
No, back up one.
huh?
Back up one.
One, we still got
Oh, I was trying to
MR.
help you out there.
Get to say nothing.
Oh, 140, 124 ambulance stuff. Who's got that? You've got that.
Sir, Chair, members of the committee, we're here today to ask for approval of award recommendation of RFP 23-012, emergency ambulance service, authorizing the city manager to enter into our contract negotiations with American Medical Response Ambulance Services.
Okay. This is just to allow the city manager.
Enter into negotiations on our behalf. Yes, sir.
Binding.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty
And
much.
we've got it tentatively scheduled for the budget documents at 2.6 is what you were handed out earlier today. I don't know if our new city manager is a good arm wrestler or not. We'll find out.
2.6 million?
Addition.
Yep.
From what we were budgeted, what our current,
Which was what?
2.6 versus
1.6.
what?
65.
65.
Gas has gone up, feller.
Well, that's the reason why I suggested to Janie that she bring us that sheet so you can see we got some must pays out there that amount to millions of bucks. And we got flat revenue. What are we gonna do?
That's her fault.
Wow. He threw you under the real thing.
No, I think it's just a picture of what it is. And you can cry about it if you want to. It is what
Don't
it is.
change it.
I don't know that any discussion is going to help this one. I'm just ready to move forward. Make a motion. I'm sorry.
I have a question though about it though. When we looked at, I know when we do these scores, price isn't part of it. But then my next question is, were their charges superior, the same?
Price was accounted for in.
So we can't really disclose any of the contents that were inside of the proposal right now because we're still kind of in negotiations. So we're just asking to move this forward to city council and then from there, I believe the intent is to go into a closed session and we can further discuss anything that needs to be discussed.
But price was taken into these points?
Yes.
So you're gonna get to see it again.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we send to regular full council recommendation for award of RFP -23-012 emergency ambulance services and authorization for the city manager to enter into contract negotiations with AMR ambulance services.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Now.
We can skip this.
Airport.
Chair and committee, this was presented to the legal committee in February. We planned on bringing it to finance and I missed the date for submission, so we brought it to finance now. This is for the access control doors and the new server room for the TSA security upgrades that we had to make. We needed to increase the purchase order by about $70,070.15. Reason being, the server room was not intended to go in the room that it's in now. It needs to have controlled access. The other is the diagram that was given to J&G to access control was incorrect. So more doors on the flight line that needed to be controlled, and they did. And that raised
So this,
that purchase order.
this could be credited back toward the
It will,
TSA.
yes.
Okay.
Right. Is that right?
Huh?
It gets credited to what we're.
Yes.
Now, the way I understand it, and that's part of the reason we need to go maybe into executive session if the attorney gets back, is that some things are allowable to go against the
Some
agreement.
things are, the ones that are not are the things that we should have been doing all already.
Okay. And what those are and what the prices are, I don't have a clue, but maybe you do.
Well, we went through with their attorney, and yes, they marked off what we could.
But we really can't talk about it because we don't have a signed.
Oh, we can. I said too much.
Okay, got it. And then we get into non-disclosure with items dealing with federal government that we've also got to consider. So
Right.
This is something we don't have a choice about.
no.
We're gonna do it.
Yeah.
We saw this illegal and already moved ahead, so.
Okay. So what's your pleasure then? Don't think we need to beat this one.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we consider the approval of the increase of the current purchase order for J&G Electric for additional expenditures for security orders to include TSA required new server room in the amount of $26,443.26. And additional access control doors for $43,626.19 on full council.
Got a motion.
And the word recommend, we're recommending, not considering, right?
Recommending what?
Yeah, I'm just correcting one little word in your motion. We're not considering anything, we're recommending.
Recommending approval.
A second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those voting in the negative signify by saying aye. Hearing none, passes 4-0. Taxiway painting.
This one was also presented to the legal committee in February. These funds, I'm asking that they be reallocated from a prior project. And that project closed out the PO once we were able to move these funds. It will be to paint certain center lines, lead-in lines of taxiways. So we meet our FAA.
And FAA inspections coming when?
Changed it as of today again. Now we are May 23rd.
Then maybe we can actually get some of this work done. We'll not all have to show up with our paintbrushes. Questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, we're just looking at the 25,017. We've already got it. It's just a change. So I'd feel comfortable putting this on consent. Make a motion that we send the full council on consent agenda recommendation for the runway and taxiway painting through the reallocation of funds from 51004332 817504 capital outlay infrastructure in the amount of $25,060.17 to 51004332 614005 to M&R Field for contracting highway supply and paint for the runway.
Second. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Now,
This next item, we had reallocated the funds for the demolition of building 650. During the demolition, it was noted that there was a basement that was filled, and the engineers recommended that the contractor excavate all that, refill it with dirt. He also did not include the dumping fees. So this has increased this project by $46,220.
okay. Questions? Yes, sir.
Why are they recommending a removal? Did they give you a reason? They just said they recommend the removal. I mean, if that thing's full of gravel.
And I was going to say also because it's a parking lot going on top of it, it's not going to be a 7-story building.
Exactly. My question, that's why it is. If that thing's full of gravel, it's going to be a parking lot. Has it settled all the time it's been in there?
Maybe.
We don't know that. I mean, what did Armstrong do to tell you to do that?
Do they do a compaction?
That I don't know. I was out on surgery when this occurred, but all my notes here that said was the basement contained 2-inch wash gravel and fill. And the engineers recommended removal. I don't have any other.
Many times when you've got, this is from experience, when you've got a building sitting on this piece of ground, and it's been exposed out here, but this ground has not been exposed to weather conditions, and you remove the cover, and then you end up with a big sinkhole right there in the middle. You know what I'm talking about. Been fine, probably be there for another 50, 60, 70 years, but you take that cover off, it fills in. So I think, this is just what little information I have, that you can't compact this much gravel at one time, and it's got to be compacted before they cover it back up. That's just my thinking. I'm not an expert. I can just tell you I've seen it happen.
Mr. Chairman, the other thing that they're probably concerned about is, did they poke holes in that floor before they put the fill in? Because otherwise that could just turn into a swimming pool.
Again,
I don't know.
You know,
Nobody
retain the water.
When that building was built, nobody that has any knowledge is still alive, I guarantee you. That building's been there as long as I can remember. Go ahead.
The other question though is still, the dumping fees were also not included in the original bid. Dumping fees for the building or dumping fees for just this basement?
the dumping fees for the building.
Well, then that's not.
It shouldn't be on the city.
That's a separate issue.
Yeah, that's a whole separate issue. So why are we adding to that one? Because that's.
Well, I don't know if we're adding to that.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we are.
Yes, they are.
The way it's presented.
The way it's presented, they're trying to get 2 for 1.
Because you got a change order and then you got the change order, well, you got the tipping fees, 16,000. The change order.
I mean, that's what I was thinking. If it was just on the dig, how much are we charging for the dirt that we're digging out to go dump it in the dump? Well, we're not probably charging much for the dirt.
I think there's three purchase orders that I have in my packet, and that covers the last purchase order, which specifically just has move excess gravel, slab trucking disposal, return with compaction fill, trucking and backfill. So you gotta get to the bottom of the basement, and then you gotta come in and pour it in and compact it as you come up. You can't put your big on the top of it and expect to get any compression. Lewis was here, he'd tell you the same thing happens in, you're just talking about this much, and what we're talking about is, I don't know how much.
And then the next item of what Counselor Foster is saying is that the change order for solid waste disposal is on this same purchase order.
Well, but I understand, but it has to do with
No,
under the slab.
no, this has to do with,
Oh.
as Grego said, it has to do with they didn't put it on their first bid.
What do you guys want to do?
I mean, he missed it, right?
He missed it.
When he put the bid in, he missed it.
He missed it.
Needs to eat it.
I mean, I can see if we have to change, and if Armstrong has come on and done its compaction and we have to dig this out, we have to pay for that. But why are they made a mistake on the original bid, and why are we paying for that?
Right.
I can tell you part of the issue, because I've had discussions about that, is the city of Roswell used to not charge for destruction of city stuff. And at some point, there was some discussions of condemned property where we were putting a lien on the building. It wasn't the correct amount because we weren't charging for the disposal. And somebody somewhere changed that policy. And I don't know if it was while this one was going on or just immediately before, or I don't know. And I don't see Mr. Matthews here. to ask him if this was due to policy change from when this was originally built or not. Bid. I don't know.
Well, that policy's been a lot longer ago than since this was bid. I mean, it's been several years before.
No. Whenever I was elected, the policy was at the time, which is just right out a year, that the city did not, my understanding, I could be corrected. The city did not pay the landfill for demolition of their own.
And the quote he gave, if I remember correctly, it was a long time ago. When we got ready to do this again, we asked him to update it. He said he'd honor it.
See, and I don't know when this was originally bid.
Well, it was bid a long time ago. And when we got ready to bid, I asked for a new quote, and he said he'd honor the same quote.
Okay.
So
About a year ago, we changed the policy.
So, Mr. Chairman, is there consideration for this committee to make recommendation on 27,000 plus appropriate sales tax or? I don't understand construction enough to know. I would think that if the rock's in there and it's been there all this time and you put a parking lot on top of it, it should be fine. But I'm not into construction enough to know that that's the truth. And I sure don't want to be the one to do all this work. And then all of a sudden we got an area in the middle of that parking lot that's sunken in.
Well, I don't either. We got an engineer that's hired. We don't have his report. He's not.
Armstrong, right?
Yeah.
And they didn't do it. So I got a problem with Armstrong not telling us why it has to be done. We paid them for the work. Where's the report? I'm not beating you.
I haven't seen one myself. Like I said.
And I understand a parking lot isn't a total sealed. I mean, if we were doing a concrete parking lot, it would sealed. We're not looking at getting washed under, but there is.
I'd like to see the report from Armstrong.
The report too.
So is it possible, because I don't know that I necessarily want our airport director to be at the very end of the next finance meeting. Is it possible to send something forward to full council with expectation that Armstrong is going to provide? I know that we can make such a motion. I'm having trouble with the 16,771.83 with anything right now.
Since I've been sitting in this chair, I have not made any motions.
That's a discussion before I make a motion.
Well,
the thing about it, we can't alter his proposal. This is what he sent in. I don't see how we can approve it without his consent. I mean, he sent this proposal in for $46,220. How do we go back and say, no, we're waiting for this report and somebody has.
We can say, absolutely, we can make that contingent upon having the report. Absolutely, we can do that. Not a problem.
I'm saying but you're saying then though, but you've got a problem with the 16,000.
And we've had bids come in before and we've looked at it and we've said, well, we need to move this forward, but I'm not comfortable with this portion. And we've cut certain portions out of it, saying we're not sort of like going to a restaurant, you buy a la carte.
Yeah.
You know, and then they can turn around and say, no, we're not interested in that.
I'm fine. Whatever the procedure is.
You know, but I mean, things are being done maybe somewhat different than maybe we've done things. I don't know who's right or wrong necessarily, but we have done stuff like that before. Jennifer, how are we on a timeline of needing to get this passed quickly? Or would you enjoy another meeting with us?
Sure.
Postpone then.
Postpone.
Got it. Any objection? Moving on. Trying to get done because he's leaving.
That's what I'm seeing.
Rather that happen.
We'll put this first item first item on the agenda next month. So she doesn't have to sit here.
And Mr. Chairman,
Probably won't have nothing.
and Mr. Chairman, with that postponement, I'm just recommending that we have the information that Councilor Hildebrand has requested, and also, some changes with the dump.
Yeah, and call Custom Construction and see what their side of the story is.
Right. We don't want to just make assumptions right now. There might be something we don't know about.
Okay, going to postpone that. You've got your direction.
I have my direction.
Okay, moving on to the emergency generator. And I've got a question of Ms. Colette.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I have got a new quote.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary, I think she's right. Let me just do this very quickly. I move that we postpone the vote to consider the contract with Custom Construction.
Okay. Got a second? Any objection? I'm not sure you got to do a formal motion on
Covered now.
delaying act.
We're done.
Second.
Oh, my gosh.
Well,
What price went up?
yeah,
That was the price of the generator that went up. Thank you. Does everybody got it? All right, so I brought this before
budget creep.
a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
When we talked about this is what the description was in the 2019 ICIP discussions, emergency generators for the recreation facility for emergency events. It was budgeted at that time at 550. Funding is currently in the capital outlay line item. It has been since 2019. The project stalled from 2020 to 2021. Okay, in 2022, facility started the process by reaching out to two companies already vetted by the city for quotes. Both companies were not interested. They went for a public RFP. CES member J&G, they presented a quote. It was the other amount. And this is the new. We just got it updated 2 days ago. And that is the generator is mostly going up. There is a lead time of 60 weeks on this generator. You know it.
Yeah, because we're just getting ours in June that we put a purchase order in for 2 years ago.
We'll just take his. And we'll.
Deal.
May not be the same spec, it'll have the wrong serial number.
It doesn't look like that.
That was the only picture I could find of a generator for you, but it is the one that,
If it's not green, I'm going to stand there and tell them, take it back.
yes. Okay, next slide. So I do come before you with the action requested to consider approval of purchase of emergency generator installation at Salvo Recreational Aquatic Center. And this is the appropriate amount, $331,127.
Okay. Questions before I get started?
My one question was, the last one that we postponed was 298 total, right?
Correct.
And now we're 33,000 more.
Yes, sir.
Because we delayed. All right, no, that's kind of what I made the statement like that night.
And remember for the delay, the
Yes.
reason for the delay.
No.
And that's what's going to lead into my questions, is that we also, on the next item, we're going to talk about mold abatement, locker room and the gym. And where are we on the dollar amount? Where are we on the mold?
On the dollar amount for the mold,
Yes.
I have a dollar amount.
Okay. Yeah, because
$149,500.
I'm thinking we're going to have a special meeting about this one issue, because right now we can't open the facility. We can't open the outdoor pool. And yet we got all this stuff on a generator. We got the stuff needed for the mold, but we're not discussing the mold. Something's wrong with this. Just my 2 cents. The mold is the most important thing facing you, and that's not what's before, and I'm not happy about it. Go ahead. What's the price on the mold?
$149,555.
Okay, so we take that, we take this new figure 331, 127.80. How much you got to have left to do anything else with?
Okay.
You have 500,000 to start with.
We had 550,
I'm not gonna do the math.
550,000 to start with.
I'll do the math right here.
Got about $8,000.
You have 550.
Mhm.
It's already out there.
50 to start.
That money's there.
Okay,
Minus
So minus that one.
331,
120.
minus
I believe it was
150. So you got $70,000 left.
Is that going to put the locker, the petitions in the shower room? Is it going to put any benches in the front? Is it going
Okay, the
to?
benches in the front I've already got, so I took it off of here. So I've already done that. What we're looking at now is we kind of had a stall on getting the quotes for the locker rooms because we shut down everything.
Well, that makes
Preliminary,
sense.
Justin, do you have any
Or,
for the locker room stall?
no, we kind of stopped everything because we can't do anything until we know we have the money for anything. And so the generator was going to be the one thing, basic. Then the rest was going to be used to just clean up. And then whatever was left, we would do something with if we could. But if we couldn't, it would all go into the cleanup.
Okay, I guess my vote of contention is the stuff. I'll shut up. You got something?
Well, I would like to make a recommendation. When we get to the mall, we just approve the mall and then let them come back with whatever they got to do with leftover money. You know, because they're asking for the whole thing in the next item. But let's take this item now, discuss that.
Pleasure.
Chair, I make a motion that we send to full council recommendations to approve 331,100.
That seems to be what we're going to do.
I just need some clarification. What she's requesting is the 298,000.
No.
No.
That's what she had on the abstract.
And then, yes, and this is 307.
Right.
Right?
No.
No, it's 331.
I'm clear now.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we send to full council. Recommend approval for $331,127.80 for the installation of emergency generator for the Roswell Aquatic Recreation Center. Second.
And a third.
Second. Who's both said it?
Councilor first.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Passes 4-0. Item 22, mold abatement, auditorium, locker rooms, gym. We don't, can we approve this and move on? Or is this, we got to do another step and come back after our RFP or something's been done?
Yes, sir. The council coming up, I have 2 ITBs, which is the way I'm going to utilize custom construction. So I need the ITB to pass first and the special.
But the ICP's not before us.
No, it's already been approved and going to council.
Okay.
And so that has to be the next step. The ITB has to be approved first, then I can utilize, and that's what the special council meeting is to do, is to then approve the use of the approved vendor.
I thought that I heard right, that there's going to have a special meeting. All right. So what do we need to do on this item?
Okay, so here's where the balance is that you were asking about. So 550, and then if you take away the generator, there is 281,872 left over. So the remaining of that would be used
Those
for
numbers
mold.
don't jive.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
281 to 331 is like 200 or $600,000, $610,000.
Right.
Oh, do I have a,
Yeah, it is.
oh, I have a 2 instead of a.
Is it 181?
Can you have your phone?
That's, sorry to interrupt you, but when I look at that,
Math's got to be right.
It's 218, the numbers are reversed.
Okay.
Sorry.
18.
281.
Sorry about this.
Okay.
So it's 218. So sorry about that.
Typo.
Thank you.
218,872?
Yes.
Any further discussion? We've already looked at that stuff. Any further discussion? Ready for a motion? This ain't gonna do squat to the gym,
To the what?
to the gym floor. This won't get,
It's just gonna be money sitting out there.
well, they're gonna probably, I don't know. I don't know what it's gonna cost to put those
Would have had 30.
cushions in areas.
Well, who knows, mold may cost more. Unfortunately. There may be something else.
I don't know. I'm fairly comfortable that they found where it is.
It's dried out a lot, Counselor. We have done more tests. We did tests in the ceiling.
Yeah.
All the tests showed dry, inactive mold spores, less than what it is outside. And same with indoors and in between the roof space. So with the unit has been repaired, it is drying out a lot. We're holding 35 to 45% humidity right now. It's running perfectly. Perfect. So it's doing exactly what we wanted to do, dry out.
No, we're probably gonna have the roof repaired before long too on this.
Chairman Horn, can we go back to that other slide? Because what I have in my abstract is wrong. I just want to make sure I have the right numbers real quick. Can you go back?
Okay. 218, not 281.
Well.
Because this one has 298.
No, that's the first generator number, okay? And I didn't have this update. So that's not updated.
There, give her this. Give her this.
Change your generator number to that.
Okay. So that's one is the, and this one is the 218.
Correct.
As long as the motion gave the correct amount, the abstract.
218,872.
I understand what she's saying.
If she don't want an nasty call from me.
I think she could deal with you.
Well, I'll be polite. That's always the better plan.
All right.
So we got a motion. We got a motion. You satisfied?
Did you make that motion? I don't think anyone made a motion. Yeah, we don't have a motion.
Let's make a motion because we've got to get out of here.
I'm leaving, so. Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the capital outlay funds in 2615 4241 817504 to be reallocated for the recreation, aquatics, old natatorium and gym in the amount of
218,872. Yeah.
To be reallocated for the mold abatement and natatorium and locker rooms and gym.
Second.
To full council, right?
Yeah, I was going to
Full
ask if the council, okay, full council. Okay.
Any more discussion? Any opposition? Passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you, council.
You better get out of here.
I don't have my, I think that. This seat.
No, we're going to do public participation. Well, I don't see him, so I guess I'm going with that.
Public participation, people are asking.
Yeah, we're just, hold on. I didn't adjourn the meeting.
Oh,
I just suggested to my right-hand counselor here that he needs to get the heck out of here before he gets in big trouble with whoever it is he's gonna meet. All right, so now we're to public participation.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Jessica Lighthall. I live at 2302 North Garden. I'm a homeowner in Roswell since 2002. Just recently, I had issues with my water. And on today's agenda, I'd like to discuss pertaining to number 5 and number 6 on the agenda. Can we discuss consumption with reference to the chart on page 52 of the agenda? And possibly having a chart of fees that pertain to the utility fees and have them printed on the back of the water bill. Example, base rate fees, sewage fees, sanitation fees. For agenda for the number 5. Number 6 on that. Let me see if I can get this up there. Number 6. On that chart, you'll notice that there's a base rate, and then in red it says base rate includes first 3,000 gallons. For the months of January and February, I had 0 water consumption, and yet I was still getting charged the base rate. So the definition of consumption is actually an amount of something which is used up or ingested, the eating, drinking, or ingesting of something. So if you use 0, there is 0 consumption. And so 0 is shouldn't be considered under the base rate because you shouldn't be charged for 0. In other words, that bottle of water in front of you, if it was empty and you're charging somebody $18.95 for that bottle of water that has no water in it, it's like, how do you justify for paying that or charging for it? There again, in the middle of January, I received a disconnect notice, which, the 1st of January, and they disconnected the water on the 21st of January. There again, on the bill for February, I got a water bill for the basic rate, even though the city disconnected my water and I had no water coming to me. Now,
Can I take a moment of your time?
Sure, go ahead.
Did they turn it off or did they come pull a meter?
No, they turned it off.
Okay. You said they pulled the meter or okay, there's a difference.
Let me back up. December 27th, my water lines broke because of the freezing temperature. My water was turned off. My water wasn't turned back on until March. Okay. But even though my water was turned off because I had them come out and turn it off, I still got a disconnect notice in the 1st of January. And that notice said it was to be turned off the 21st of January. Even though the water was already turned off, I still got a disconnect notice. Now, my problem is that after disconnection, this water still charged me for a base rate, even though you don't get water. Now, if I can quote Councilman Perry, he said, I don't like to pay more than what I use, reference to water usage. Don't want to pay for the neighbors. I want to pay for just what I use. If I use 0, there should be 0 water fee, even for the base rate, because 0 consumption is not consumption. The base rate should be considered from 1 gallon to 3,000 gallons legally. because the meter is read in gallons, not ounces or anything. So, because that's how you measure consumption. You use zero, you don't consume any.
Hold on, were you online when we were discussing these things just a little while ago? A couple hours ago now?
Yeah, and the thing of it is I was in contact with Councilwoman Arnold until she left at 4 o'clock via text. And she told me to present this during the public portion of the agenda.
And you did that legal, but that's okay. We broached the subject here today. But I think we gave Mr. Glenn, who's working on this isn't in stone by any stretch. And one of the things, if you will recall, that we discussed is putting a column from 0 to 3,000.
Right, where it should be 1 to 3,000, not 0. That's why I was correcting, because Councilman Zolderman had mentioned it to start at 0, when in actuality it should start at 1, because the definition of consumption doesn't start till 1, not at 0, because you cannot consume an empty bottle of water. I consume 0 gallons of water.
And if I could just say, I think one thing that we have to consider, we also discussed empty lots or places that the water meter is not turned on. Should there be a fee? Because regardless of whether water is coming through or not, we still have lines in front of your home that are, or in front of your property, if there's not a home, that are deteriorating, that are holding water. So part of the fee, not just from us, but from any municipality, is the ability to have the water when you're ready to have it. So I think that's part of it. Now, whether or not that's $18.95 worth or not, that's another question to be considered. So I think that as far as I'm concerned, I think I've heard what you've had to say, and I think that's something that we need to look at as we move forward. We didn't make any decisions today, but I think that we can definitely take the information you've given us and use that, to help us better understand what we need to do for our constituents.
Yes.
Right. And that's what it was just this discussion today, to bring it up, because at the point where the water is turned off, there's no difference between me and my neighbor being a vacant house and having the water turned off at the meter, and my house having the water turned off at the meter, but yet I'm being charged $18.95 where my neighbor isn't.
So with the neighbor.
Huh?
And so with the neighbor.
And so with the neighbor.
Not if it's vacant and not an open account.
Did you just request your water to be turned off, or did you check out of service?
No, I had a water breakage line in my house, and I had it turned off on the 27th.
You just called for the water getting turned off, correct? You did not check out of service.
That's correct. But on January 11th, I got a disconnect notice from the city, and they disconnected my line on the 21st, which it was already turned off. So I don't know how you turn off a meter that's already turned off.
So we do not discontinue service. All we do is do a turn off at the customer's request, and you still continue unless you request to get that service discontinued. Then you continue to.
That's why Councilwoman Arnold was there. She had a picture of my disconnect notice that I received in the 1st of January for a disconnect on the 21st. And I understanding the disconnect notice was delinquency of fees. I understand that. And I hope you understand that. But the turn off of the water on December 27th was my doing, because my water pipes had broke because they froze.
Yeah, we understand.
Yeah, we understand. And if you don't check out of service, you continue to get that bill monthly. Because if you pay to discontinue service, we go out to your property and we physically remove your meter. Because that meter is costing us to have that meter continue into service. Having that equipment, I mean, it's expensive. That meter is very expensive to have in the ground where we can use it elsewhere to continue providing service to somebody else, which cost us. So we'd like to keep the equipment moving.
My
And if you-
neighbor still has their meter and they're not living there and they don't pay a water bill.
So they checked out of service.
Yes.
So next time you have this problem, I would check out
My
of service.
argument, you're incorrect in that statement whenever you say they removed the meter.
Well, typically we do, not in all instances, but typically we do.
And that's why my argument is that my neighbor isn't getting charged, but I am for zero usage of water at a base rate that is based on consumption, but you cannot consume zero amount of water. And that's my argument.
So my recommendation would be to check out of service next time, instead of just request a turnoff, check out of service, and then we will discontinue that for that time unless we do different on.
Well, but if you pulled the meter to reset it in 3 months, it's going to be more than what the base rate would be.
Right.
So
Because they have to pay to get the meter put back on.
My argument on that as well is I tried to terminate service because I was thinking by calling on the 17th when I got, or the 11th when I got the disconnect notice, I was calling saying, well, I want to turn off service. They refused to allow me to terminate service. Now understand, I'm homebound and I'm disabled. So I couldn't go up to the office. And the lady was like, here, my argument with her, with Miss Alex up there at the water department was that I was getting charged for garbage pickup, which I was getting no garbage picked up. I was charged for sewage, which you have to have water come in to flush the toilet to get sewage to go out. But I was still getting charged for that. And I was, whenever I talked with her on discontinuing it, she said, no, you have to fill out a form, come up here, fill out a form. I said, I'm disabled. She mailed the form to me. The form on the form, my argument with legal on form says water termination. Okay. Doesn't say garbage, doesn't say sewage. It's one form, water termination for every utility, but yet the water can turn off any one utility, but not all of them. You know, but yet me, I can't turn off one service and leave the other ones on. I can't turn off my sanitation and keep my water. I can't, you know, but the city can according to their policy. But my argument at the time was that told Alex that I wanted to disconnect service, so she mailed me the form, and then she stuck a stick-it note saying I need a photocopy of your ID, which I don't know everybody in this world that has a photocopier at their house that they can photocopy their ID, and I reluctantly did not want to send my ID, my actual ID in the mail and have her to send it back because I don't think that's liable. But she made it hard for me being disabled to actually accommodate for me disconnecting my service. I can understand asking for the ID on starting service, but not for termination of service.
I'll just say, Mr. Chairman, on that, I don't want to speak for staff, but I would say that that's probably for your protection to keep from someone who's just mad at you shutting your water off. They've got to prove that it is you that is asking for the water to be turned off. If my water's going to be turned off, I want to make sure that they notice that it's me on that phone or whatever that is making that request. So I think that it's probably in your best interest of safety that they require for us to.
If I may interrupt. Accommodations with the American Disabilities Act, what would stop them from a serviceman coming out to the residence and verifying my ID at the residence before terminating service? Instead of Alex at the water department telling me absolutely no way they cannot terminate service unless I mail a copy of my ID.
Okay, so what was that offered to you?
No, sir. That's why I'm saying.
Standing there with the conversation.
I didn't want to address that with y'all. I wanted to address that with the legal committee, but that's why I was in communication with Councilman Arnold and
if I could just say, and Chairman Corn's in charge of this meeting, But I think that your comments have been duly noted. I think the staff has heard your concerns. I think the counselors have heard your concerns. There's no action taken on this today. I think they'll take the information that we've received and move forward and see if we can't make our processes as easy as possible.
Okay. I also wanted to see if Miss Carolyn is still there from the museum, the director of the museum.
No, it's not here.
Okay. I think,
Okay,
that was all I had on my agenda.
Okay, it's after 6 o'clock. Let's give somebody else an opportunity. That's all right with you?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any comments? The room's cleared out, so I guess everybody in here, except the fire department, they're looking for a fire or something, I don't know.
On the way out.
Okay, then I guess.
Are we going into closed session?
No, the attorney's not here. We had a closed session at legal the other day talking about the situation with the, what do you call those guys, TSA?
TSA.
And I wanted you all to hear the same update because we're going to spend a lot of money out there and I think it's only fair that we.
Mr. Chairman, can I just maybe then request that with the next full council next week, that maybe you can request to the mayor?
I think it's already.
I think it's
Good.
on the
I think
agenda.
It's already going to happen. I'm just trying to give you a heads up.
Give me a heads up when we're gonna be here till 6.
No, sure.
Thank you.